ready for the final day here at the World Championships.
Okay, live. Give it like 10 seconds just to kind of start.
Still looking for a check from card 10, 3 and 2. 30 seconds to start.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the ISTC World Championships, coming to you live from Full Throttle Raceway here in Kissimmee, Florida. We got one more round of qualifying today before we get into the title-deciding AAA mains. I'm Aaron Waldron. We've got Marshall Scari here in the Live RC BBC Racing broadcast booth. And Marshall, we saw a great battle yesterday, and now we go into the final round with 3 drivers still in contention for the overall TQ.
That's right. We've got a showdown between Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, and surprise of the event, Bruno Coelho. Naoto currently has the advantage. He has 2 points overall and the fastest overall time, which is going to be used as a tiebreak. Folker is in with 2 points as well, but his quickest time is 0.6 of a second too slow. Bruno Coelho has a chance. He's got to TQ the last round and run faster than Naoto's fastest time to get TQ, but it's still possible. We're also going to watch to see if American Paul Lemieux can be the only American to get into the A final. Needs to run, by our calculations, a 7th or better.
And it's also going to come down to fastest time for some of those drivers that are locked in the tiebreaker. We've got heat number 1 of the final round of qualifying hitting the track right now at Full Throttle Raceway. So we hope you'll stick with us as we find out who will become the next ISTC World Champion.
Cars take to the track, and we are actually on the clock with race number 1 in round number 6. Final round of qualifying on the track right now. Leading out like we've seen all day yesterday and the day before, it's Daniel Zieber out in front on this one, running a 17.518. So one big question is, once we get to that A qualifier, which should be a little bit before noon Eastern Daylight Time, will the track be in prime condition to allow these guys to challenge that fastest time from Naoto Matsukura? In this one, it's Zieber out in front. Hillier runs second, Miller third, Passell in the 4th spot. We follow German Daniel Zieber in the gray and orange. (10:30 in the morning here in Kissimmee, Florida, and the track, hopefully without dew on it. Didn't get a chance to check that before we started, but Zieber's car looks good. It's getting into and out of corners efficiently, gets down that back straight without a wiggle from the tail. So looks to me like the track's pretty good. These guys have had umpteen trips around the track to get their cars dialed in and to get used to the behavior of the track throughout the day. And Zieber continues on now. The car's starting to loosen up as we are roughly halfway through this one. His pace 16.5 flat, trying to get a 17 on the day. And Zieber consistently punching above his weight. He's in this first qualifying heat, which generally means the worst drivers in practice. However, he has put down times that have stood up for about 2 to 3 heats afterwards. Scanning through the results, which are available on Live RC on the results tab, we see he's currently sitting in the 59th spot and still searching for his first 17-lap run of the event. His current fast time, 16.501.5, which he set in the last round yesterday. Down the back straight through the sweeper, car looking good as he heads into the infield. His pace 16.5 flat, .0. Average lap time 18.7, so he's got to find just a little bit more speed in the last few laps here. His 12th lap 18.8, so not quite quick enough. So a slightly rushed beginning to the day, but good morning everyone and welcome to the last day of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. We're running qualifying round number 6 right now as Zebra gets into traffic and spins out. That will probably do it for his chances of getting a 17. Car wiggled through the sweeper, wiggled again. On every corner he's gone through since that collision. And he has turned his car into a drift machine. Working more lap traffic as he continues around the surface here at Full Throttle Raceway. "15 laps in for Zebra, 16.504 the pace now. He was on a good run until traffic hampered his progress, and then that fine balance that he achieved kind of got upset. But he has come around to finish up 16.504 for Zebra. Duncan ends up in the second spot with a 16.516. Hillier snags the third spot away from Pacell, 16.517, and Lee Pacell, 16.518. That'll do it for race number 1 of 10. Final round of qualifying, and all eyes are on race number 10 once we get there in a little over an hour's time. It's Naoto Matsukura versus Ronald Folker versus Bruno Coelho for that top spot. Folker and Coelho both need to TQ the last round and set overall fastest time. Matsukura currently has TQ. And the track will likely be in good shape at that time. LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. We bring up race number 2, Wojciech Rozwadowski, Sean Schutte, Jeff Hastings, Antonio Caroli, Chris O'Donohue, Damian Giddens, Michael Hanelick, Jake Danilchik, Fred Kellner, and Anna Viskel. Checking out the drivers on the stand for race number 2. Poland, South Africa, the United States, Great Britain, and Germany represented in this heat. The last time these 10 drivers will share their World Championship experience together on the driver's stand. After this, we will be resorting with the final qualifying orders and get ready to start the main events, the events we've been working towards all week. We are underway with race number 2 of 10. Cars trying to get settled into a pace. We follow the first starter, Wojciech Rozwadowski. Looks like he spun out on the entrance to the switchback going onto the back straight. He's now got South Africa's Sean Schutte in his rearview mirror. And Schutte takes over the lead, early pace 16.505. The mark to beat currently is 16.504.2. But we are very early into this one. Picking up Schutte in the red, yellow, and white. Car looks loose already. He heads into the infield gingerly. You can see the car kind of wiggle on the brakes. There it goes loose again through the double apex left. At the Omega turn, doesn't really get the car down inside that paint stripe like the very fastest guys do. But he continues on down the back straightaway. Caroli in car 4 moves out in front. His pace 16:505.7. It's Caroli, Schuta, and Viskel moving up to the third spot. Picking up the green and white car looks like number 4. That would be Antonio Caroli, who's in a shootout with Schuta. See what I did there? For the lead of the event. 16:506 for Caroli at this time. Not good enough to overhaul TQ. Anna Viskel, the only female in the event, enjoying what I believe is her best run at this time. 16:507. Taking a look at the overall qualifying order here, and yes, Anna is on her best run by a lap right now. So she has gotten the car working and trying to move herself up in the finals here at the World Championships. Caroli, Rozvadovsky back up to the second spot. Viskel runs in the third spot. Hanelik in fourth. Schuta drops to fifth. Good battle so far in this one. 1 second covers the top 3. Picking up car number 7, that is Germany's Anna Viskel on her best run by a whole lap. Based on her previous qualifying attempt, she's through the switchback and down the back straightaway. We continue on with Viskel. Kind of a hiccup through that switchback. Minimal time lost, and she's back underway, running in the fourth spot. On her 6th attempt on the track, she's got something to work with now. She's almost a lap up on her fastest qualifier to date. Although it has gotten very tight through the whole field here. 2.5 seconds covers the top 8 positions, and 1.5 seconds covers the top 5. We're back to new leader Wojciech Rozvadovsky getting his way back up front after having a tortuous start to this qualifying run. Through the sweeper into the infield. 4-wheel drifting that car through that double apex right to get into the infield. 16:506.8 his pace. Not good enough to overtake Zieber's time from the previous heat. He's got to find another couple of seconds. Closing in on the end of this run, we follow Wojciech through the short chute into the Omega turn around the stripe, and he sets out on his last lap. 16:507.2 is his pace. Wojciech on his way to the line. He's got to find 3 more seconds on his last lap, but doesn't. 16:507.1 will not beat the current TQ. He's off by 2.9 seconds. Hastings from America finishes up in the second spot, just nipping Schuta to the line. O'Donoghue finishes up fourth. Caroli in the 5th spot. Hanelik 6th. Anna Viskel's best run gets derailed. She's not able to complete the qualifier. Heartbreak at the end of this one. That will do it, though, for race number 2. So this group of drivers' qualifying efforts are now complete. We will be right back after this message. Welcome back to race number 3 here at the IFMAR World Championships, qualifying round number 6. This is Miko Tepanoya, Haifeng Wang, Mike Haynes, Dennis Pichthel, Jackie Schum, Trin Tanong, Sak Shakul, Uri Hoodie, Stephen Boyce, and Andrew Doherty. Finland, China, the United States, Brazil, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Slovakia represented in this race. Our continuing coverage brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. Lifetime, the software being used for the IFMAR World Championships. It's software featuring many new features. We're going to have some an informational video on this available soon. And some of the stuff it does, you cannot believe. We are underway with race 3. The mark to beat, 16.504.2 by Daniel Zieber. We pick up car number 4, Dennis Pichthel from Brazil. My guess is this weather is something he's used to. He's through the short chute. Into the Omega turn. Early on, he's running in the 3rd spot. Haynes out quickly in this one, 17.515 his early pace. Haifeng Wang in the 2nd spot. Pichthel runs 3rd. Tepanoya runs 4th. And Schum in the 5th spot. We pick up Finland's Miko Tepanoya down the back straight, through the sweeper and into the infield. And down the short chute. Switchback and straightaway. Haynes falling off the pace. He drops to 4th as Wang moves out in front now in the 3 car. 17.516 his pace. That would be good enough to overhaul TQ. Back to Dennis Pichthel from Brazil in the 4 car. Through the short chute. There goes Mike Haynes through the shot. It is Wang, Tepanoya, and Haynes, your top 3. Wang in the 3 car. The pace still good, 17.517 for Haifeng Wang. Mark to beat right now, 16.504. So Haifeng up about 5 seconds on TQ so far. He's got company though. 1 second covers the top 4 cars, so this could and probably will change as we approach the end of the qualifying effort. Minute and a half left to go in this one. Wang continues to lead. Tepanoya runs in the 2nd spot. Pichthel in the 3rd spot. Haynes runs 4th. Schum in the 5th spot. And all 5 of those guys are separated by less than a second. Wong, Tepanoia, and Pichthel continue to run in that order. However, Wong, slightly slow lap, and Tepanoia takes over out in front by 0.04 of a second. The pace 16.5 flat, so still good enough for TQ by 4 seconds. This is a sprint to the line across the top 4, actually. They're top 4 separated by less than a second. Tepanoia, Wong, Pichthel, and Schum. All on a TQ pace. Tepanoia trying to get the 17th lap. He's on pace to do that right now, just barely. The pink and the yellow going on to the back straight, trying to get his extra lap in. 15th lap, not good. We've got Wong on a 5 flat, Tepanoia on a 5 flat, Pichthel on a 5 flat, and sure, why not? Jackie Schum on a 5 flat. Who's going to get to the line first? It's a sprint. Tepanoia is in. Wong is in. Pichthel is in. Schum is in. And the final result is Mikko Tepanoia with a 16.5 flat .3. Faster than Wong by 1/10 of a second, and good enough to reset TQ. Tepanoia, Wong, Pichthel, and Schum, your top 4. Mike Haynes, the American, finishes in the 5th spot. Trin Tanong Sakul finishes up in the 6th spot. Uri Hoodie 7th, Doherty 8th, and Boyce 9th. All cars complete their qualifying effort. And the top 6 cars faster than the now previous TQ. Getting ready for race number 4. We will be right back after this message.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Collegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Welcome back to the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. We're bringing up race number 4. Bear with me, need a little more caffeine for the day. It's going to be Mike Burt, Stephen Weiss, Dave Vera, Hideo Kitazawa, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, EJ Evans, Fernando Gordino, and Antoni Caretti. The United States, Germany, Japan, South Africa, and Australia represented in this one. Cars lining up on our VRC Pro track cam. Moving it up to the driver's stand this time. Mark to beat 16.5 flat .301 by Finland's Mikko Tepanoia. Cars lined up, getting set to go. We're awaiting race number 10. That's going to be the answer of the showdown between Matsukura Folker and Coelho. A second VRC Pro Track Cam, the original, sitting down on the left side of the track on that right-hand carousel before the switchback leading onto the straightaway. Cars roll out for race number 4. We are underway following American Mark Burt. He's down the back straightaway. Burt gingerly through the right-hand hairpin leading onto the short chute. He's through the Omega turn. It is Burt, Weiss, and Coretti, your top three after a lap. Early pace 17.5.11, so Mark Burt doing what he needs to do to reset TQ. If he could find a way to tack another lap onto that, he'd be right at the front of the entire field. But that's proven tough to do on this tricky surface, which changes more than you might think for being an asphalt surface. Gets very much affected by the heat of the day. Burt and Weiss locked in battle. They're 0.3 of a second apart. 1 second covers the top 5 spots in this one. Burt, Weiss, Kitazawa in the 3rd spot. Vera runs 4th, and Coretti in the 5th spot. Pace starting to fall off a touch now for Mark Burt. He's on a 17.5.13 through the sweeper and into the infield. The orange and white car starting first and leading the heat, but not by much. He's got Weiss behind him by 0.4 of a second. Kitazawa, Coretti, Evans, and Hillcoat continue to chase in spots 3rd through 6th. And we shift our focus to Steven Weiss from Germany in the blue, the green, and the white down the back straightaway. 0.5 second behind Burt. He's been hovering right about that location the whole heat. He's trying to find just a little bit extra to take over the lead of the heat. Top 4 drivers are on a pace that will eclipse the current TQ. Weiss through the short chute and into the Omega turn. Nice and tight around the Omega that lap. However, he drops to 3rd as Kitazawa steps up to challenge. And then Kitazawa's 9th lap not good enough to retain 2nd. Burt continues to lead. Weiss in the 2nd spot. Kitazawa runs 3rd. Evans in the 4th spot. About a minute and a half to go in this one, and your leader coming up on some lap traffic, slightly out of control. He's able to pass without incident, and now Weiss has to deal with that traffic as well. Weiss a little over-eager in that double apex right coming out of the chicane. Weiss, Mark Burt rather, still dealing with some lap traffic in front of him. He is allowed to proceed. So Weiss had a good look at Burt, but Burt is now through that traffic and will speed off into the distance as he's now by himself again for a little while. That's the orange and yellow car. Minute to go in this one. The pace 17.5.14, good enough to take over TQ. About 3 to 4 seconds faster. Down the back straight through the sweeper and into the infield. Through the Omega for Burt. Car sliding slightly on the corner entrance. Through the switchback, and the car behaved there, so it looks like he still has a good chariot underneath him as he heads to the infield through the double apex left into the hairpin and down the short chute. Into the Omega, lap traffic in front of him. 17.5.15 the pace now. He's got to make this lap just like the others to go out for that 17th lap. Oh, lap traffic. Saw he was about to interfere with the leader and basically spun himself out to get out of the way. And Burt out on lap number 17, so he will reset TQ. Well, he might not. Got Kitazawa 0.9 of a second back and Weiss 1.6 seconds back. So Kitazawa suddenly getting racy at the end. Burt is in to reset TQ with a 17.5.15. Weiss is in. Kitazawa is in for the 2nd spot. Vera finishes 4th. Hasoda in the 5th spot. Top 3 drivers overhauling the TQ. Our first 17 lap run of the round. Looking for 18 laps from the top end of the field. I'm going to take a look at a Tamiya instant replay of that heart attack moment from Mark Burt. Look at the car in front of the yellow and orange. And you saw he got loose, realized something was going wrong, cranks the wheel to the left, stabs the throttle, and spins it out. Going to step away for a moment and pay a bill. We'll be right back after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat bends, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies or CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Butterfirm. If you need a Butterfirm buddy, hit up Superior Hobbies.
Car 4 on the zone, followed by 3, 9, 1, 7, 5.
Welcome back to the IFMAR World Championships as race number 5 gets set to go. It's going to be Loic Jasmin, Dominic Fogel, Ben Cosgrove, Mikhail Orlovsky, David Ehrbar, Ethan Urchinger, Michael Jasmin, Gonzalo Cortez, and Fangzhu Zhang. If you need more RC stuff, and honestly, who doesn't, make sure to check out SuperiorHobbies.com. They've got a special going on through the Worlds this week. 10% off anything in the store with the code LIVERC at checkout. Superior Hobbies, with all the RC stuff you need, whether you run on-road or off-road, pavement or dirt, electric or nitro, they've got you covered with 10% off this week. Make sure to check them out at SuperiorHobbies.com. Cars are lined up, marked to be the 17.5, 15.3, and Frenchman Loic Jasmin has consistently been the class of this heat, and he typically sets times that stand up well for at least 2 to 3 heats afterwards. We follow the Frenchman down the back straight and into the infield. Loic Jasmin, even though he's in the 5th heat here, is 25th overall so far. Fast run for him, 17.5, 10.5, which he ran in the first round yesterday morning. He's through the short chute, through the Omega. And down the back straightaway. After 2 laps, it is Pole Mikhail Orlovsky, the youngster, out in front of this one. Early pace, very strong, 17.507. He's in the 1 car. However, as I talk about him, the announcer's curse works, and Jasmin retakes the lead with Orlovsky a 10th of a second back. Cosgrove another 600ths back. Fogel 400ths behind Cosgrove. Urchinger falling off the pace, so it's the top 4 duking it out, covered by 0.6 of a second. 4 laps, and it's Jasmin, Cosgrove, Fogel, and Orlovsky in that order. We continue to follow Frenchman Loic Jasmin through the sweeper and into the infield. Jasmin, Fogel, Cosgrove, and Orlovsky. After 6 laps, the pace is good, 17.507. A full 8 seconds faster than current TQ. Seven laps in, Jasmin continues to control, but not by much. He's got 0.7 of a second on Austrian Dominic Fogel now. Cosgrove in the 3rd spot. Orlovsky in 4th. They've left the rest of the field behind. They're going to duke it out amongst themselves The pace 17.507. Plenty good to take over TQ. Jasmine continues to lead. Fogel runs in the second spot. Cosgrove third. Orlovsky fourth. Urchinger in the fifth spot. Michael Jasmine in the sixth spot. Airbar in the seventh. Zhang runs eighth, and Cortez not able to make the line to start the qualifier. We follow Frenchman Loic Jasmine. 25th overall after 5 rounds of qualifying, looking to move forward some more. Checking on his current best run, a 17.510, so he's on a pace to set a new personal record out here. Getting the track possibly in the best state it's going to be all day long. In the morning, late enough that the dew is burned off, but early enough that the sun hasn't made the pavement get boiling hot. Working in some lap traffic as he heads into the infield. Through the short chute, into the Omega turn. Nice and tight. Through the switchback, rockets through the short chute to get to that right-hand carousel corner. He is leaving the rest of the field behind now. Fogel in second spot, 2.2 seconds back. Cosgrove, 4 seconds back of Jasmine. So now it's Jasmine's qualifier to finish off strongly as he's got lap traffic heading down the straightaway. Ducks to the inside in the sweeper, nearly collides twice, but doesn't. So no harm, no foul. He's through the short chute and into the Omega turn, looking to set a new personal fast time for the event. 17.508 is his pace as he heads out on his last lap. Nice and tight through that double apex right to the infield. Very tight line on his last lap, turns a quick one, 18.1. He finishes up with a 17.508.3 to reset TQ by 7 seconds. So something for Loic to be happy about as we get ready to bring up race number 6, race 5 finishing off. It's Jasmine, Fogel, Cosgrove in the third spot, Orlovsky in the fourth spot. Urchinger 5th, Michael Jasmine 6th, Airbar 7th, and Zhang in the 8th spot.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
Welcome back to race number 6 here at the IFMAR World Championships. VRC Pros track cam up on the driver's stand, taking a look at what's going on here with the fisheye lens. Bringing up Felix Law, Shavit Salagupta, Takayuki Kono, Cyril Ndie, Kevin Hebert, Chris Adams, Matt White, Viyami Kutvanen, and Josh Cyril. Current mark to beat 17.508.3 by Frenchman Loic Jasmine. Got a chance to finally meet Felix Law. Earlier this morning, he brought me a dialed set of stickers that he had made up. Looking forward to running those on my 12 scale as I bash into the boards this winter, trying to relearn how to run on carpet. Kevin Hebert and Josh Cyril looking for better things here in the final round of qualifying. Each of them are multi-time national championship winners in the North American region. Are not used to being so far down in the order. Scanning through the overall qualifying order available on the results tab on the page, you see, looking at Hebert down in 43rd so far. And Josh Cyril 63rd. Absolutely not where they want to be. So let's see what they can do in round number 6 with our additional camera down on the, what would be the east side of the track. Watching Felix Law going to work. Through the switchback and down the straightaway. Safety line through that right-hander, giving himself lots of room on that somewhat tough to judge inside barrier. Some of the drivers and team managers complaining about the size of that barrier. However, while it's big, it's soft. If you happen to smack it, you can see how it's arced, and it will give way and not break the car. Two laps in, it's going to be the 5 car of Japanese driver Takayuki Kono out in front of this one. American Chris Adams runs second. Thai driver Shavit Salagupta runs in the 3rd spot. And Salagupta and Adams duking it out with close racing in the top 4. Less than a second separates all of them. We follow Felix Law through the right-hand carousel and onto the switchback leading to the straightaway. Spins it out. Marshall's not looking. Spins it out on throttle, trying to get onto the straightaway and get some extra speed, and the car bit him. Five laps in, and Kono leads in the 5 car. Believe we have them on camera here. These cars are fast, even though the numbers on the bodies are large. They're hard to read. I think I saw a number 2, so that should be, yep, that is Shavit Salagupta from Thailand making the best of his final round of qualifying efforts. Kono leads, Salagupta in the 2nd spot, Adams runs 3rd, and DA runs 4th. Hebert in the 5th spot. Current pace for Kono, 17.511. That would not overhaul TQ. Needs to find another 2.5 seconds to challenge the time of Loic Jasmine. Salagupta backing it into the right-hand carousel. Car starting to loosen up as we move back to leader Takayuki Kono. Still on a 17.511 pace. The white, black, orange, and yellow is the leader of the heat. Trying to find some more performance here to overhaul Loic Jasmine for the TQ spot. Looking for Kono here in the overall results. And looks like he's a long ways down the order. But we continue on with race number 6 on the track. Kono running as fast as he can at 17.511. And we pick up Canada's Kevin Hebert through the sweeper and into the infield. Having a Worlds to forget. Unfortunately, he's through the short chute, through the Omega, and through the carousel and the switchback. Currently running in the 3rd spot, trying to track down the leaders. He's a 2.5 seconds behind the leader and 0.7 behind Salagupta in the 2nd spot. Through the short chute, through the Omega. Less than a minute to go in this one, and Hebert continues to attempt to charge to the front. His laps as good as 18 flat, as bad as 19 flat. And he is making a charge. He's now 3/10 behind Salagupta, trying to salvage something out of this qualifier. Through the short chute, into the Omega. Kono, Salagupta, and Abear, your top three. Adams runs in the 4th spot, NDA runs 5th, Kutvanen 6th, White in the 7th spot, and Law rounds out the field. Josh Cyril not making the start. We follow Kono on his final lap. Through the short chute, lap traffic in front of him, but not going to be an issue as he crosses the line to finish up with a 17.511. Not good enough to reset TQ. Salagupta is in. Abear is in. Adams is in. And it is Kono victorious in this heat. Running 3rd fastest qualifying run so far in this round. Heading to our VRC Pro track cam, getting ready for race number 7. That'll be our D qualifier coming up next. They're getting faster, and we're getting closer to that showdown in race number 10. You will not want to miss that. We're going to get our final answer as to who will be TQ of the event between Matsukura, Folker, and Coelho. We will be right back after this message. We are back with the VRC Pro Track Cam, continuing coverage of the IFMAR World Championships, brought to you by Team Associated Superior Hobbies, who has a 10% off coupon going on today. Check them out at superiorhobbies.com. HBHPI Racing, showcasing their new Pro 5 in the hands of Andy Moore and JJ Wong. New 12-scale world champions, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Live Time providing the scoring here at the IFMAR World Championships with their new software. Superbrain helping me out this morning. I appreciate the intelligence on Josh Cyril. He is on his way home to Michigan. Apparently there was some confusion and a mistake made on his airline tickets, so he is on his way home to the much cooler and more temperate Michigan from which he hails. Race 7 lined up. It's Colin Price, Mark Fisher, Nicola Moroni, Marco Kaufman, Alexandre Laurent, Martin Hoodie, Charlie Putiotin, Thomas Pumpler, and Francesco Martini. Great Britain, Germany, Italy, France, Slovakia, Thailand, and Austria represented in this race. And we follow Brit Colin Price, trying to take down a 17.508. Through the switchback and down the straightaway, the orange, blue, and white machine. Lap 1, X-Rays Martin Hoodie with a heater, 17.8 to start his qualifier in the 1 car. Running that T4 2015, their new machine to challenge in the World Championships. They've got 2 cars in the main so far in Bruno Coelho and Andrew Hagberg. They were finally able to crack the dominance of Yokomo and Tamiya at this event. And their Portuguese driver Bruno Coelho with a chance to TQ the entire event. We'll find out whether that'll be the case in race 10 coming up soon. There is Slovakia's Martin Hoodie in the white and the orange through the switchback down the straightaway. It is Hootie, Price, and Fisher, your top three. Early pace 17.507. Just good enough to take over TQ. We'll see if Martin can make this happen for himself as he heads through the Omega turn, through the right-hand carousel. Switchback and straightaway, tagging that wall I was talking about. Makes the car shudder. He has to gather it back up. And continues, but now he's got company as his car drifts through the right-hander. They get together. And Hootie's run coming apart. The announcer's jinx. It works. Tough lap for Hootie as he dives down the order to fifth now. Price back out front in the 5 car. Followed by Fisher in the 3, Maroney in the 9, and Kaufman in the 2. And Martin Hootie pulls it off. Apparently the collision with that wall upset the car enough that it made it undrivable. And we pick up Englishman Colin Price down the straightaway and into the sweeper. 17.509.2 now the pace. Not good enough to take TQ. He's got to find another second. Through the chicane and into the carousel. We got the Tamiya instant replay of Martin Hootie's troubles here. Getting together with, looked like the 0 car? We have no 0 car. It can't be the 0 car. But he gets together and you can see that car just going completely loose and looked completely undrivable. So that will do it for his qualifier. Price, Fisher, and Maroney continue to lead in this one. We follow your leader in car 5. Colin Price on a 17.509, not quite good enough to take over TQ. Would be good for second overall in the round at this point. Through the short chute for Colin. Around the Omega turn. Chicane and carousel. And we're picking up new leader Mark Fisher from Germany in the 3 car. He has taken over the top spot by 0.07 of a second over Price. He's through the carousel and into the switchback, dodging a flipped over Colin Price. So now this is Fisher's qualifier to seize as he heads through the short chute and into the Omega turn. 18.4 last time by on lap 14. We got a Tamiya instant replay of Fisher having a heart attack moment. He's through the carousel and, oh, look how there's a car there right in the race line. Dodge's right, has to give up the left-hander of the switchback a little bit, but that's certainly preferable to having to get a corner marshal's help. And Fisher back on at 18 flat on lap 15. Needs to find another 1.5 seconds to overhaul Jasmine for that TQ spot. And Fisher out on his last lap. Can he make it a clean one? He's back through the infield. Double apex left. Right-hand hairpin short chute. Omega turn nice and tight on the line and finishes up with a 17.509.3. Not good enough to TQ. Missed it by a second. Second overall in the round. Waiting to see who finishes up in second and third. It's going to be Kaufman in the second spot. Maroney finishes third, and Laurent in the 4th spot. Fisher's margin of victory, 3.3 seconds. Going to step away to pay a bill, and we will be right back after this message.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flatbeds, touring cars, DC 6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies or CLC and tell me your parts.
This is Derek from Protofirm. If you need a Protofirm buddy, hit up Superior Hobbies.
Welcome back to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Support has been provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Don't miss out today if you need some RC stuff. Superior Hobbies running a 10% off promotion on everything in the store. Enter LiveRC.com for the promotional deal in your checkout bucket. You can get anything you need for racing there, on-road, off-road, electric, and nitro. They've got a trailer here to provide support to the racers with the incidentals that they might not be able to fly with, as well as any other little things they might need to continue their World Championship challenge as we bring up race number 8, the C qualifier. This is Nicholas Lee, J.J. Wang, Rick Howard, Scotty Gray, Simon Nicholson, Frederick Sudoff, Juho Lebanon, Chris Granger, and Ralph Birch. Singapore, the United States, Australia, Germany, Finland, and Great Britain represented in this race. Looks like Ralph Birch might not have checked in. Cars are lined up, so looks like we may have lost Texan Ralph Birch from the event. Underway. Nicholas Lee leads him out in the Tamiya. J.J. Wang follows in the HB Pro 5. Howard follows in the Associated TC 6.2. Underway, and we pick up the yellow and white of Nicholas Lee from Singapore. He's run some stout times in qualifying as well. Currently sitting 15th overall, his fastest run so far, 17.503. Letting these guys get around for a couple of laps to see where we're at, since the racing is very close in these top qualifiers. It's going to be J.J. Wang out in front in the HB Pro 5. Followed by Lee, Gray, Lebanon, and Granger. There is J.J. Wang, the pink, orange, and white HB Pro 5, their brand new ride, heading into the infield. He's through the short chute and into the Omega. Through the chicane, around the carousel, through the switchback. Down the back straightaway, early pace 17.506.0. That would be good enough to take over TQ. Top 3 drivers on a TQ pace. Check out the liverc.com front page if you want to see pictures of the chassis that you are currently viewing on your screen. Aaron Waldron got his hands on that car yesterday to take some pictures. Got some interesting features on that car, including infinitely adjustable rear camber link location. He's around the sweeper and into the infield. 17.506.0 is still his pace after 7 laps. It is Wang, Lee, and Gray, your top 3. 0.6 of a second cover the top 3, and then it's the rest of the field after that. Granger running in the 4th spot, over a second off of Gray. Picking up American Scotty Gray in the green and white. Running in the 3rd spot, just under a second off of the leader. His pace 17.507.9. Wang and Lee both running 18 flats on lap number 9. The pace is good, 17.506.1 for Wang. Race 8, the C qualifier on the track, getting closer to the final countdown in race number 10. We will finally determine who will start at the front of the A main for the championship finals this afternoon. Wang with a relatively slow lap at 18.3 on lap number 11. He will cede the lead to Nicholas Lee now, as Lee regains the lead in the Tamiya from Singapore. 17:506.6 the pace, as Lee gets it wrong multiple times, and that will end his charge for TQ basically. Looked like he got loose on the exit to the chicane, and then it was chaos after that. I would believe Wang will take over the lead as they come around, and he does. So now it's J.J. Wang out in front. Gray follows 1.3 seconds back. It's another 2.5 seconds to Granger. So now J.J. Wang firmly in the lead of this one. He's through the chicane in that pink, orange, and white car on a TQ pace, 17:507.6. So Nicholas Lee succumbs to the pressure through the short chute, around the left-hander and into the Omega turn. Switchback and carousel. Down the straightaway through the sweeper. Out on his last lap right now. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him and should not be an issue. Nice and tight around the Omega, and finishes up to reset TQ with a 17:507.6. Scotty Gray finishes up in the second spot. Nicholas Lee drops to third after having a very good run going. So the new mark to beat, 17:507.6. Getting ready for the B qualifier, race number 9 coming up. We're going to step away and pay a bill, and we'll be right back right after this message.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We are back with the B qualifier, race number 9 coming up. It's going to bringing up Atsushi Hara, Paul Lemieux, Mean V, Hayato Matsuzaki, Andy Moore, Yannick Prumper, Elliot Harper, Andrew Hardman, and Ollie Jeffries. Lemieux trying to be the only American into the A final. He needs a run that's, by our calculations, 7th or better. And Aaron Waldron has joined me here in the announcer's studio. What do you think?
I think Paul's got a great shot. His car, and actually all of the X-Ray team cars, have looked better as the week's gone on. We saw, for example, Bruno Coelho's car was fantastic in the heat yesterday. Mm-hmm. And regardless of what Paul does, we said Paul needs a top 7, but he also needs Hayato Matsuzaki from the Yokomo camp not to improve his worst points total right now as well. So he needs Hayato, I believe, to finish lower than 10th.
Okay.
And Paul needs to finish in the top 7. So we'll have to see how that shakes out here in the B heat for round number 6.
Yep, they're lining them up right now, checking transponders again. Like LiveRC.com in general, these race directors are all about safety first, making sure the cars count. Hara resurgent after being kind of quiet in practice. In the Yokomo chassis, wasn't really near the top of the time charts, but he's been steadily working on the car and improving, and he sets out.
Hara made an interesting point yesterday. He won the World Championships with them in 2000. This is the first time that he's come back to the Worlds with a Yokomo car since re-signing with them. But Yokomo has been winless since Hara left over a decade ago. So not only Hara looking for his first World Championship since 2000, but Yokomo as well.
Yep, they have a very good chance here. Tamiya has been dominant in this form of racing through the 2000s. Mark Reinhard with 3 separate World Championship titles to his name. We pick up Paul Lemieux in the X-Ray, looking to see if he can run the performance that'll get him into the show. He's down the back straight.
His first 2 laps, not quite on pace of what he's going to need to do in this heat. I believe he needs, an 18-lap run would certainly improve his hopes. He's on a 17.503 after just a couple of laps here.
Car looks pretty good coming onto the back straightaways, running tight lines. Said he was having trouble adjusting his brain to running the lines that were actually fast. He was letting the car kind of swing out wide and run more of a 12-scale carpet line, and that was not working for him. To run faster, you got to be really tight and run kind of point to point with the sedans.
And also, talking to a bunch of the European drivers, as we see, I believe that was Prumper bouncing off the boards in the close left corner, and again coming onto the back straightaway. The painted curbs here are very misleading. They're painted to mark the corners, and looks like Prumper's car, getting back going once again. The curbs aren't, it's really just painted asphalt, so it's a little bit more slick there, but it doesn't necessarily mark the corner. So in many of the corners on the track, in order to be fast, you have to drive right across the curbing, and that's a little bit counterintuitive to drivers that are used to thinking that that's a raised section of the track that you would bounce off of.
Yeah, exactly. I think while they ran a lot of practice for this event, it was needed for these drivers just to kind of catalog which corners were which, because like Aaron was saying, the red and white paint is not necessarily the edge of the track, and the amount of gap there is between the perceived edge of the track and the actual edge of the track is different on every single corner.
Looks like Paul Lemieux within just a couple of tenths of Atsushi Hara at the halfway point of this race. Heading toward the race win here, Hara on a 17.503. Paul Lemieux just about a second pace behind that. Paul Lemieux on a 17.504 run, looking to reset the fast time of the round.
Based on the lap times we're seeing so far, it looks like these guys may not be running quite fast enough to get into that top 5 to really seal their spot in the final. I would expect to see a 17 flat to a slow 18, but we'll see what happens. I haven't got the radio in my hands and don't have the talent level to really assess how the track is. Hara's car looks good as he's through the sweeper and into the infield. The black, pink, and white Yokomo pounding around the track on a 17.503 pace with 10 laps on the books.
JJ Wang did a 5:07.6 in the last heat, so the top 7 drivers right now at the 3:25 mark, all on pace to go faster than that. As we see, Andy Moore was up to second there for a lap, dropping back here with an 18 flat. Paul Lemieux back to the second spot with an 18.1 as well.
Hara, Lemieux, and Mean V are how they run as they are chasing the A main. We continue with Hara through the sweeper and into the infield. Coming up on some lap traffic here shortly in the form of Ollie Jeffries.
Looks like Mean V up to the second spot, getting around Paul Lemieux on the clock by just a couple of tenths of a second. Lemieux's last 2 laps, an 18.1 and a 17.8.
And we look at...
if the tires are overheating. And he's upside down there by the line. That's pretty much going to spell doom for his chances of making the show.
Yep, heartbreak for Lemieux. So he tumbles down the order to last in line. That will do it for his chances of making the A main. So that storyline is now closed. We turn our attention to Hayato Matsuzaki, 2007 world champion in off-road.
Hayato right now is sitting on the bubble, and he was the driver that, somebody joining the Out of the Track Club. That was 2008 world champion Andy Moore. Had a chance to pick apart his Pro 5 earlier, and then he just put it out of the park.
And unfortunately, the HB Pro 5's off-road capabilities are not up to scratch. We got a Tamiya instant replay of Andy Moore's run coming apart here.
Andy hitting the boards, and the car getting all out of shape and just keeps tumbling all the way out of the track. Turn marshal not expecting that.
Yeah, that corner so difficult. The drivers are all saying that's a critical corner on the track to get down that straightaway to get the fast lap. We're back to Atsushihara, steady as she goes. He's across the line with a 17.503 to reset TQ. Now the question is, how good will that be compared to what they run in the next and final heat?
Hara was saying after yesterday, he was pretty confident he was locked in the show and in a top 5 starting spot, so he could afford to take a little bit more risk here in the 6th qualifier, and a 17.503, pretty solid time, but we saw 18s take the TQ in, I believe, every round so far, so Hara might be looking at the top 5.
Yep, we're going to see what happens as we bring up race number 10. Going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back after this message.
Race number 10, your 2 o'clock has begun. 2 to start, race 10, 2 to start.
Welcome back to the final heat of the entire qualifying process. Race number 10 coming to the line, Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, Mark Reinhardt, Bruno Coelho, Victor Wilk, Akio Sabue, Christopher Kropp, Ulis Grosskamp, and Alexander Hagberg. I'm Marshall Scari. Aaron Waldron joins me here in the VBC Racing Broadcast Center to bring race 10 to you live, and we're going to sort out the answer of who will TQ. Is it going to be Matsukura, Folker, or Coelho? Folker and Coelho's challenge is to TQ this heat and this round with a time faster than Matsukura. Their target time to beat, an 18.514.6.
Just 5 more minutes of watching cars drive around the track almost aimlessly before we take a little bit of a break and get into some actual exciting racing. A-Main number 1 going to be the first heads-up match that we've got to watch on the asphalt here at Full Throttle Raceway all week.
And the competition level, as you would expect at a World Championships, is fierce. These guys looking to take down a 17.503.3, and based on their performances that we've seen all week, certainly seems like that will happen. And we're also going to get an answer about 3 laps into how is the track. The sun is starting to get high in the sky here in Florida. It's 11:45 Eastern Daylight Time, so hopefully not hot enough to make the track slick.
Well, we saw yesterday morning the track, many of the drivers said that the track was hotter in the first round than it was even in the last round.
Okay.
So we don't know yet if the track's had a chance to heat up. I know just standing outside the trailer, my very unscientific measurement of how hot it was outside was just about brutal. But the drivers have had several days now to figure out how to make their cars work in the heat. And we know that Matsukura, when the track's a little bit loose, doesn't seem to faze him. He just goes out and punches it. And actually starting off here with, it was Volker with the 17.3 on the first lap.
So it looks like we've got pace here. It's Folker, Matsukura, and Wilk on lap number 1. We follow Naoto Matsukura in the Yokomo. Absolutely one of the fastest guys on a single lap you will ever see in your life. Consistency an issue. He has had 2 mistake rounds basically yesterday, including breaking his car in the final qualifying round yesterday evening.
That's the other side of going so fast. When Naoto crashes, it's pretty spectacular. And that was the corner right there, actually, the first left-hander after the straightaway, where he broke the front suspension by plowing straight into the boards. But after 3 laps now, it looks like it's Bruno Coelho jumping to the top on an 18.513 pace, and the top 5 drivers all on an 18-lap run.
So Coelho doing what he needs to do. He's leading the heat on a TQ pace, and it's currently faster than Matsukura's fast run, so we pick him up on the track. It's the X-ray of Portuguese driver Bruno Coelho, the orange, yellow, and white. Through the switch back down the straightaway. Car's looking good, very solid through the corners. He's getting into the corners well, and actually, because he surprised the field, the Yokomo team kind of had to have a team meeting to figure out what to do to their cars, since Coelho was showing a driving style that was faster than they were used to. And
Bruno Coelho was running an all-white practice body. He actually ran the first couple of rounds with the old Protoform Mazda Speed 6. his bodies were in a suitcase that got lost on the trip here from Portugal.
Oh, man.
So he went out for practice with a body that, you know, everyone's running the Protoform LTCR. Everyone that's even close to the top half of the field. And so he ran the first couple of rounds with the wrong body, threw a one-color practice body on there, immediately jumped to the top of the chart, said his car was way better, and now he gets his painted shells in the last couple of days, out there running his signature white, yellow, and orange, and running up front.
You can see him drive right by former world champion Mark Reinhardt and actually current 12-skill world champion. And he continues to pound around the track, but the pace starting to decay as we get 9 laps in, and Matsukura is back out in front by 0.07 of a second. 18.5, 15.0. The pace not fast enough anymore to overcome his fastest run from yesterday.
He's going to need to pick up about 0.4 of a second. Actually, Bruno Coelho there jumping back out front. And Coelho with a fantastic last time by 17.5 puts him back on a TQ run. And that 5.13 would be good enough to take the overall TQ.
Let's see what happens as we are over halfway through this one. 1:40 left on the master clock. It is Coelho versus Matsukura out in front of this one. 0.6 of a second apart, with Coelho having the upper hand at this moment.
Interesting to see that Ronald Volker got off to a bit of a rough start. He did have 5 17-second laps to start off the heat, but then pull it off after just a minute and a half. We'll have to find out after the round is over what happened to his prototype Yokomo car.
Yep, he is out of the running for TQ now. It's Matsukura versus Coelho. Coelho with the upper hand, but the pace not good enough. 18.5, 15.6, about a second off of what he needs.
Naoto Matsukura on the track right now, heading toward the straightaway, and you can see in that last left-hand corner, cutting way across the painted curb area. Heading through the center keyhole section, what we've been calling it, into the Omega. Matsukura's last lap, 17.6, this time by 17.559. And Coelho with a 17.7 on a 5.16.0 pace. So looks like Ronald Volker, although he's just sitting on the sidelines watching this heat finish up here, Volker looks like he's going to start up front for the A-Main number 1.
Through the chicane and into the switchback for Bruno Coelho, putting in a valiant effort to try to snatch TQ away in the last round of qualifying here. Looks like it won't be quite enough, but agonizingly close. He's about a second off.
Coelho's last lap, though, is 17.3, just about a 10th of a second off of his fastest lap of the race. So perhaps Bruno saving his tires a little bit for a last lap push here. Last lap 17.5, though, it's going to be close. He's about actually just 0.2 of a second off after that last lap. So it's going to come down to the wire here for Bruno Coelho in the X-Ray car, looking to upset the Yokomo dominance. Oh, into the boards. Actually, that was right at the line.
He's on his last lap right now. He gets it wrong in the chicane. And that will blunt his effort, so he will finish up with a strong effort, but not quite enough, as he heads around to the Omega one last time with Reinhardt in his mirror, and that will do it. Bruno Coelho takes the heat, sets TQ for the round to give himself another 0, but the overall time not fast enough. 18.5, 18.2. Mark Reinhardt finishes up second with a 17.501. Matsukura third. Hagberg in fourth, and that will do it for qualifying. We are done, and by my math, I'm showing Naoto Matsukura on the pole for the A-Mains later today. We're getting ready to go with a Tamiya instant replay to see what just happened and take a closer look at it. Here is Coelho coming out on the second to last lap, clips a dot, upsets the car, just barely clipped the dot, but he was on throttle trying to come through that chicane, and that will end his effort for TQ. However, he has
Team Associated Products, V5, flat bottoms, touring cars, DC6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy Parts.
There for Vodafone. If you need a Vodafone buddy, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Epelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
Drivers, listen up, drivers, listen up. The 12 points are being posted now. The 12 points are being posted now. The heat main sheets are being printed now. The heat main sheets are being printed now. If you have any name, you can go and purchase up to 2 additional sets of tires from Superior Hobbies. Those tires will then be brought over to Tire Tech. Those tires will be brought over to Tire Tech, and they will be packed in. by before. Now the reason for that, one of those set of tires is used for practice. The other set of tires is used for your early 3. Because the 11 set before, that would have gotten through if you wanted to double it.
I don't know.
Test drive. So once again, if you're a team and get ready to go to the matter. Which you obviously know are 12 volts. You can purchase up to 2 additional sets. One
says that you have a video signal. Once you plug it back in, it should say video signal detected. I wanted a limbo.
Sorry, you're not getting that. 43, I don't flex that way.
Uh-oh, you broke down, did you?
Oh, yeah. Couldn't stand it. Sorry, bro.
Not my one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on it right now in here.
drivers, your practice is up in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Drivers, your practice is up in 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Drivers, your practice is up in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Drivers, your practice is up in 3 minutes and 39 seconds. All remaining drivers and team managers, make sure up here next to the announcement booth, please. Your practice is up in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. All remaining drivers and mechanics, you get over here underneath the blue tank. Mechanics also. Robert, come here. All remaining drivers and mechanics, if you guys could. You guys don't have to actually go through. Hey guys, relax, come here. You guys don't have to run. Honest to God. I want you guys to go here. You guys don't have to run. I want you guys to come over here. Mechanics and drivers. All mechanics and drivers for 8 you get over here. I want to explain something, guys. All drivers and mechanics, I want you guys over here. I want to explain something to y'all. Drivers and mechanics.
Standing here with Ron Shore from Hobby Wing. You guys got a lot of drivers here this weekend, and a lot of them in the show.
We have one in the A main, unfortunately. B main were very populated. It's unfortunate, but it was a very close field, and didn't work out for us this week.
It's very hot out. We know it's taking a toll on tires, it's taking a toll on the drivers, but it's got to be a little bit tough on the electronics as well.
It's been very tough. We've been running in the 180 plus degrees. I can say we have had no failures, which I'm very impressed with myself, and the drivers are very happy about that. But yes, very hot. Motors are running hot. Speedo's hot.
We've talked to a lot of the drivers saying how important speed control programming was, with the track layout being very tight and technical through the infield, but then a long back straightaway. You need it's got to be very drivable so you don't overheat the tires. You got to have the torque to get from corner to corner, and then they're doing freeway speeds down the back straight.
That's been very interesting. We've been doing a lot of work with timing setup with people, and as the week has progressed, we've actually gone back to toward a blinky with more gearing. Gets rid of some of the heat and allows the tires not to light up when they hit the throttle.
We got the A-main drivers heading out for their A-main warm-up. Who's your driver and where is he starting?
Tushihara, I believe he's 6th.
Oh gosh, and he's a former world champion, so he knows how to get it done.
We have a chance. You never know. He knows how to do it.
Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck.
Thanks. Thank you.
That's Ron Shore from Hobby Wing, watching his driver at Tsuchihara try to make it back for a second world championship.
Drivers, be aware, we're just testing, we're testing the sound real quick on the noise is tone, noise is tone. Verify the grade. Once George is going to thumbs up, then we'll see the tone in less than 5.
Okay, never mind. So we're getting ready for the A-main warm-up here, giving the drivers a chance to see the rest of the group that they're going to be running with. And Greg's one of the race directors here at the Worlds. What's the process for what's going on right now?
Basically, this is a chance to get the drivers do standing starts, shake the cars down. They're really not going to be looking for lap times in this. We have them fired up, ready to go for them. But typically speaking, this is just their chance to get to run with the people that they're going to run with in the mains and do a last-minute shakedown. Conditions really haven't changed that much. Cloud cover has been pretty consistent. So really, it's just a matter of them getting comfortable, getting one last time on the wheel.
And we heard one tone go off right here, so they got a chance for a little their first heads-up start of the week.
5 minutes, he's on the clock.
So we're watching a little bit of practice here from the A-main warm-up, and they got their first standing start of the week, straight from the grid on the tone. And then right at first we saw Ronald, Bruno, and Naoto break away. Naoto got a little bit of a gap back to Ronald, and Bruno was right on the Yokomo for quite a while until right in front of us here in the Omega corner. Bruno stuffed the pipe. Ronald got away, and Ronald actually caught Naoto for a little bit, and they battled back and forth. Looks like now Ronald falling behind. We can see the cars sliding around quite a bit. It's probably one of the hottest days that we've had here so far. Bruno fell way back. Of course, they don't have a full field of turn marshals out there. And this really, there's absolutely no consequence to this heat. It's just giving the drivers a chance to run together in the group of 10 that's going to decide the World Championships for the first time. And really just a nice little show here for the fans. I was surprised to see how aggressive they were driving, especially at the beginning. No real crashes or cars bouncing off of each other, but quite a few spirited pass attempts, especially in the top three here, as we see number 5 car, I believe that's Victor Wilk, the top Tamiya. He looks very intense on the driver's stand, driving down the straightaway. He's got just Ronald Volker about 2 corners ahead of him. We've seen Naoto make a little bit of a mistake heading into the keyhole section, and now Volker's starting to catch him as they head through the chicane right in front of us. Looking at the Full Throttle Raceway here down from ground level, you see just how big this track is, and it's quite amazing how fast they flash down the back straightaway. Really a lot of speed here at Full Throttle. Right here in front of the Omega corner again, Naoto a little hard on the brakes, Ronald right up to his rear bumper. And down the back straightaway, looks like Naoto got out of the corner a little bit better there, but Ronald catches him really well through the first hairpin. Victor Wilk running in the 3rd spot, and then Reinhard and Hara doing a little bit of running together in traffic behind them. Looks like what we thought was going to be the race for the win. Ronald and Naoto kind of feeling each other out here. They are teammates, but of course Naoto, the Japanese driver, and the German Ronald Volker, neither of them has a Touring Car World Championship on their resume. So regardless of what happens in the Yokomo tent, both of those drivers are going to be doing everything they can to win. Right here in front of us again, heading into the Omega corner, right into the chicane. See the gap staying pretty consistent now. Naoto definitely with the advantage coming onto the straightaway here in this A-main warm-up. Looks like he's taking just a little bit different line into that last right-hand turn. And sounds like, according to IFMAR Race Control, yes, they're bringing it in. That is the end of the 5-minute practice session. Just finished up the A-main warm-up. We're standing here with Cesar Coelho. He's the father and mechanic for Bruno. And I had a little bit of a rough start here in the A-main warm-up, but car showing plenty of pace.
No, it seems the car is okay, but Bruno now it's relaxing and preparing for the A-main for sure.
It looks like Bruno may have the advantage. Really not, one of the heavy favorites going into this race, so perhaps that makes it a little bit easier for him to be relaxed on the driver's stand.
Yeah, he needs to relax. He's very young and he's very nervous in this moment. As you can understand, it's all new for him. It's not easy to control their emotions, and he's very young.
As a father, I'm sure it's a very proud moment for you to look up on the driver's stand and see your son standing with some of the fastest drivers that this industry's ever seen.
Sure, of course. I'm very delighted. And Bruno, I think it's the driver for the next 10 years. I think it depends the brands and it depends some circumstances, but I think Bruno is the man to beat the next year for sure.
Obviously, the car is going to be good, but what role do you play in the pit area, trying to help him control his emotions and just do the best he can?
Yeah, sure. As a father, of course, and I don't understand nothing to control the emotions, but always we talk and to cool down and everything. It's what we can do. We are fathers, and we say always it's okay, it's all right. You do your best, and always give him the chance to improve better. Yet it's life.
I know you got A-Main #1 coming up for too long, so we'll let you run back there, get that car ready, get Bruno ready. Good luck.
Thank you for your work also. Okay, thank you.
And Cesar Coelho, Bruno's father, obviously very proud of what his son has accomplished this week, and we're definitely pulling for Bruno to have a solid finish here in the finals. One of the biggest stories here at the Worlds this week has been the number of prototype cars from a bunch of different manufacturers, but HB showing off their Pro 5 this week. Car looks pretty close to production ready, and we've got 2006 World Champion Andy Moore here, one of the drivers that was involved in the design project. He's going to tell us a little bit about some of the features.
Yep. Yeah, we're obviously debuting the new car this week. There's still plenty of parts that are obviously pre-production, and parts that are actually untested until here. So we're pretty close. There's obviously a few tweaks that we need to make, but yeah, basically we're almost ready to go. It's going to be, I guess, a couple more months before it's ready for sale, but we're almost there. So.
You were showing me a couple of things that were new on the car. The motor mount and top deck. I mean, everything, as you said, I believe it was the rear hubs and the front drive shafts are borrowed from the TCXX platform, and everything else is brand new.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, as you say, it's a borderline 100% new. It's just the rear hubs and the front drive shafts, yeah, that are basically carried over from the old car. We have new shocks, new arms. I mean, yeah, it's kind of pointless for me to list everything because it is literally everything new. But in terms of the things that are hopefully going to make the biggest difference, the bulkhead's completely redesigned. The upper bulkheads give us much more options in terms of the camber link spacing. We actually have kind of, I think it's pretty unique compared with the other cars. We have infinite options in terms of spacing. We have the motor mount with two different options for how we want to tie the top deck down to the motor mount. We can do with the normal, the two screws above the lay shaft, or the single one in front of the motor. Gives obviously a very different feel on the track, but hopefully it's going to cover every option when we come for tuning on different tracks. Yeah, new big bore shocks, which we think are an improvement, and the steering knuckle. We have a keyed carbon piece, which allows us to, obviously in terms of tuning further down the line, we're going to be able to have option parts that we can release with different holes, and it's just a case of taking one screw out, sliding that in, tightening the screw up, and it's away you go. You can try something different. So,
who were some of the drivers and designers involved with this project?
This has basically been the designer Toshiko Hara, who designed Cyclone from a long time ago, the car that I used to win the World Championships, and also TCXX. The design is the same, but now most of the input in terms of the testing and the driving is, the majority has been myself and Hiro, our team manager, but also JJ's been involved over the last, I guess the last 6 months or so with some further testing. But it's basically been kind of a small team of guys working on the project, because this is what we do. This is the touring car side of it's what we're used to, and obviously we leave the other guys from the bigger part of the team from the off-road. They stick to their thing, and Timu does his nitro thing. So from the electric on-road side, it's mostly been just us four. So
you had mentioned to me the other day as well, the pulleys on this car are larger. And while the overall final drive ratio, once you put the pinion on it and everything, would be the same, those larger pulleys make the car feel differently on the track.
Yeah, we obviously tested during the end of the TCXX phase and building up to this. We tried different pulley sizes, basically in terms of the diff of the front pulley. We haven't changed the center pulley. We think that's okay. But yeah, when we changed, you can feel a difference. And overall, we thought going with what we've ended up with, which is it's only one tooth bigger than what we had before, but it does feel different to drive. It's you still have the rip of the corner, but it just feels like it puts the power down in a more smooth, controlled manner, I guess. So.
Do you think that, is it the pulleys or the motor mount, anything in particular that made a big difference, or is it just the sum of a lot of really small parts?
Honestly, with touring car, I mean everybody knows that the majority of touring cars are all very anyway, so I don't think any car, even though they all look very, very similar, I think there's actually a lot of small details that people don't necessarily see until you start checking really with a fine-tooth comb. And I think for our case, like I said, we've changed everything basically, and there's not one big thing. I think it's just, like you just said, the culmination of everything together has made a step forward. So
I think that's something that you really only get the full scope of how much of a difference all of those little changes can make, because we know that the majority of people that aren't involved in the design project, which is everyone that would potentially buy the car, they look at it and be like, man, just this 400 by 600 pixel image that I'm looking at on the internet looks an awful lot like the next car next to it. They must be a clone.
I mean, yeah, like you say, it's basically all the cars, bar a couple like Schumacher and Automatics or whatever, they look fundamentally the same. But there are obviously lots of just small details that you're never going to see from a picture. But yeah, once we've put all those small bits together, and I don't know compared with what other people think and other cars, but it's a step forward for us from what we had before. And I think when we have a little bit more time, obviously the result here hasn't been what we were hoping for, but coming here with a limited amount of testing with all the new parts, I think actually we can be pretty happy, and we can just move forward. And once we get everything into production stage, tighten up all the little bits that we need to tweak and change, then I think we'll have a very good car. So.
It'll be exciting to see, when the HB team gets the Pro 5 figured out, you guys start contending for national world championships around the world. Thank you so much for taking the time here to explain the new car to us.
No problem. Thank you.
That's Andy Moore, former world champion, showing off his brand new toy. So one of the disadvantages for Mark Reinert having a mechanic who does all the work and simply lets him drive is that he never has an excuse to get out of an interview.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good to me just to talk some bullshit,
You're also the first one that drops language on the interview broadcast, and you start fourth. You had a bunch of third place finishes in qualifying. The front of the field, I mean, the first half is very stacked going into A1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just need to check what they're going to do in the front and just try to follow them and hope that something's going to happen. Otherwise, I think it's going to be hard to overtake someone on this track. But like we could see in the first final practice, there's no people drive for like an hour now. The traction is really low. So it's going to be a whole different story again. And the cars have no grip. We drive already like 0.6 slower lap. And yeah, we need to find something off the low grip to make the car better and maybe turn the other.
Obviously, you want to be TQ, start up front, have the advantage, control the pace. When you start fourth, what is your strategy going in? Is it try to make as many passes as you can, pressure early? Do you hang back and just hope that you're close enough to take advantage of a mistake? Or is it just full whip, punch it and hope for the best?
Yeah, I think in the beginning I just try to follow them. Just don't make some crazy stuff, just to follow. And I'm not sure what Joachim are going to do if Ronald's kind of allowed to attack Ronald or not, to attack Naoto or not. But I know Bruno is a hard guy in the mains. He is for sure all in, and we never know what's going to happen if he tries to make a pass or not. So, because to pass someone here is hard. It can end in the boards or it can be good. But I think fourth is not a bad position. But yeah, sure, TQ would be best. But nothing is over yet. So we're just still hoping.
You've already won one world championship this week, not starting up front. You were second in 12 scale, and simply just like you talked about here, in the right place at the right time to take advantage of a mistake by the top qualifier.
Yeah, exactly. But that time I started second, so I just needed one person to make a small crash. Now I have three in front of me, so I think it's not as easy as 12 scale just to be in the lead at one point. But everything can happen. I mean, everybody's struggling with the track, is hitting the boards or making a crash. So I can win, I can finish 10th, so it's all wide open. So let's see what's going. going to be heaven.
Are you still making changes to your car every time you hit the track, or is it now like got something that's pretty good? The track's just really hot and slick. Let's just go out there with a package that we know that works and hope for the best.
Yeah, in the morning for the free practice, like a bigger change, and it worked pretty good. But as soon as the sun came out, it kept it the same for the qualifying, and it didn't work. So I went back to what I used in the qualifyings before. Still not perfect, but I think with this car I can at least try to fight and try to go up front. Well, we'll be watching for you as you go for your 4th World Championship in touring car. Further extend that record. Good luck. Thank you. Mark Reiner looking for World Championship number 4 in touring car, and he starts 4th.
Drivers, you have not yet brought back up responsible seat. I need that for you. Any drivers, you have not yet brought up responsible seat. I need that for you.
Standing here with Yokomo's Andrew Hardman, celebrating his birthday here at the World Championships, but not quite getting a birthday present from qualifying, starting first in the C.
Yeah, I was disappointed with it. My goal coming into this was to make the B. I mean, obviously my main goal was to do that, but like my sort of a birthday present would have been the A main start. But I mean, C main first at the World Championships is not. I can't be too disappointed, but I wanted something more.
I don't think IFMAR has a birthday rule.
I don't think so.
Starting up front in the C, obviously if you extend that and just go ahead and win the C, I mean that's got to be a pretty good consolation prize.
Yeah, I think like a lot of good drivers are in the C. Like I'm starting in front of Freddie Sudoff, Loic Yasmin, who was an A-main finalist last year. It's going to be a great race. So if I can win that'd be pretty good.
What do you think of the double main format for the lower mains? It gives you guys an extra 5 minutes to go out and run into each other.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think like usually single mains I have trouble with. Never seem to have good luck in the first main. So I mean 2 mains it's like enough. But I think 3 mains would really be the best. They did that at the pre-worlds. I was in the B for that one. That was good.
We see a lot of the off-road races. The B main down. It's just kind of a bash fest. People go out and run into each other and fly up the track. But in on-road, it seems like even the guys in the lower finals, they just want to go out and put in a good, clean race and do the best they can.
I want to peel everybody. I'm just joking. I really do want to have a good race. I feel like I could like seal off a sort of disappointing week with a good finish, and that would make me happy for the ride home.
If you have a mistake, you can just plow the guy in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Andrew Hardman. A little bit of a birthday heartbreak here, finishing the C main, a little short of his goal, but still a chance to end on a high note. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks.
We've got Tony Rivas here, one of the Florida locals that we were struggling for a cameraman last minute. We had someone lined up who unfortunately wasn't able to help us this weekend. So we're running around everywhere asking people if they knew someone that was in the area. And Tony just happened to, actually, I believe you were going to help out here at the race, but they already had enough people volunteered to show up. So you already had the week off and sitting here in a Live RC shirt running camera.
Oh, I love it. It's fun. It's been great. The action is hot. Got the best seat in the house.
You had a little bit of a, I guess, camera for dummies lesson from Bob, because let's face it, that's really all the best he can explain it anyway. And you seem to pick it up really quickly.
Yes, it's like I said, it's been fun. It's been great. It's hard to catch those cars going really fast on the straightaway, but it's been great.
You're camped out right on the driver's stand, so you get to see the fastest guys in the world come up there. You're standing 5 feet away from them, and then you get to capture the IFMAR ISTC World Championships for thousands of people around the world to watch from home.
Oh, it's great, man. It's great to be in that position and get the best seat in the house and just follow these guys around and see. I'm going to be the first one to see a crown the world champion, so it's going to be great.
And you've done an absolutely incredible job all week. Thank you so much.
Hey, I appreciate you guys for giving me this opportunity. It's been fun. It's been great. I can't say no more, man. It's great.
Any other races we come to in Florida, we know who we're hitting up for a cameraman. Tony Rivas coming through in the clutch here for us this week.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat touring cars, DC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Protoform. If you need a Protoform body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 1/10 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
guys in. All three main drivers. All three main drivers. You guys are doing my turn marking. All three main drivers. Three main turn markers, A main. All. Three main turn markers, A main. Once again, three main turn markers, A main. Once again, three main turn markers, A main. All A main drivers, you guys need to be up here, please. All three main drivers, need to get out here, please. All three main drivers.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VBC Racing broadcast studio at Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. We're just minutes away from the start of A main number 1, the first of 3 mains that will decide the next World Championship for the ISTC class. And Marshall, we saw in the last round 3 cars went into it with a shot at the A main, and Naoto Matsukura actually ended up winning the tiebreaker over teammate Ronald Volker, with Bruno Coelho starting in the 3rd spot. And those 3 drivers broke away from the rest of the pack in the A main practice session, and the first time that we saw the cars start from a grid.
Yep, that's right. If you were sticking around with us in the break here, we had the mobile camera down there at the side of the track watching the proceedings. And yeah, it turned into a 3-car horse race with Naoto taking the win in the practice main. It was Volker and Coelho right on his heels for the first half of the race. Coelho with a bobble, and he fell back in the order. Volker continued to chase, but then he had issues as well. And so the speed is there. The mains are going to be fantastic. The racing is going to be awesome. It's just a question of who can make the least number of mistakes and claim the world title.
It's going to be interesting to see how the drivers attack and try to make passes on each other when the track is as hot and as slick as it is. It's already difficult for them to put together a clean 5-minute run, driving at the limit when there's no one behind them. Mm-hmm. All of the drivers mentioned that there's not a whole lot of room to pass on the track. But it seems that, I mean, if you're driving by yourself and there's already a tendency for some of the drivers to overcook some of the corners, go a little bit wide, or they get on the gas a little too hard coming out of the turn, the car slides a little bit and it leaves the door wide open for a pass attempt.
It does. It's a very complicated layout with several different acceleration and braking zones, and that's typically where you set up to make passes. There may be turn combinations as well where these guys are thinking in their head, okay, if I set this guy up on this corner and this corner, they can get him on the 3rd one. And it's going to be fascinating to watch. These guys were nose to tail, and we expect that again here when A1 rolls out in just a few minutes here on liverc.com, and we'll be getting ready to go to the track here momentarily as the drivers are in tech, getting set to go. One big question is whether the emergent star Bruno Coelho can emerge at the front from 3rd on the grid. He's X-Ray's best shot at a world title and trying to take down the 2 Yokomos out in front of Matsukura and Volker. It's going to be fascinating to see, and yeah, we're excited to see what happens. This is what we're here for.
I think tire fade is going to play a big issue in the main events. We know from all week talking to the drivers, if they drive hard for the entire 5-minute race, they cook the tires, the car starts sliding around like it's on an ice rink, and that's absolutely going to leave the door wide open for someone behind them. We have drivers, for example, Tamiya teammates Mark Reiner and Victor Wilk start 4th and 5th. They're in an interesting position that while they won't get to control the pace up front, they can choose to sit back. Maybe in the middle part of the race, if Volker and Matsukura pull a couple seconds out on the rest of the pack because they are charging hard and their cars start to fade at the end of the race, perhaps Reinhardt and Wilk will have enough tires left to make a charge at the end and make a pass.
Yeah, that could very well happen. And also, a lot of times, we hear Scotty say this all the time, 3rd and 4th are sometimes the best place to start in the mains because the leaders can tend to get together. And especially after that practice main, the top 3 were nose to tail for the first half of that race. So my mistake. Mark Reinhardt starting 4th. Actually has a better shot than you might think. Hasn't got the raw speed of the top 3, but just one collision is all it takes, because he's only fractions of a second off, and maybe he could pick up a 4th world title. This is not out of the question.
And defending world champion Hillis Grosskamp starts all the way back in the 10th position. He's got a lot of work to do to go back to back. No one's done it yet. We know that Mark Reinhardt is the only driver who's won this class more than one time. Hillis doing a great job getting in the finals with the TRF 419. It's first big race. In fact, he still has a prototype chassis on the car that they were using for testing. But Grosskamp and Hara, the 2 former world champions, starting outside the top 5. Reinhardt, of course, 4th. And it's going to be interesting to see if those drivers can move up toward the front and make a couple of passes. We could potentially see one of them on the podium. I think the battle out front is going to be, definitely between Montsekuro, Volker, and Coelho.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's unfortunate but highly unlikely that we're going to see Sabue, Hagberg, Mean V, or Grosskamp get to the front, but you never know. It only takes one crash in just the right spot in some tight corner early on in the main to cause absolute chaos, and then completely change the complexion of the race. We're doing 3 mains, and hoping that all 3 are what it takes to determine a world champion. Drivers are getting on the stand right now as we speak, and we're getting set to go with A main number 1. And if you know your friends are meaning to watch the race and haven't signed on yet, text them, call them, send them a private message, whatever it takes to get them on, because we are about to go racing and it is going to be fantastic. We're at the 2014 IFMAR ISTC World Championships. We're in the VBC Racing Broadcast Center, and you are watching liverc.com. And we move to our live shots of the driver stand here at the Full Throttle Raceway facility in Kissimmee, Florida. Naoto Matsukura, Ronald Folker, Bruno Coelho, Mark Reinhardt, Victor Wilk, Atsushi Hara, Akio Subue, Alexander Hagberg, Mean V, and Hillis Grosskamp will contest the following 3 mains to see who the world champion's going to be.
Looks like they're going through driver inductions there. We just saw Mean V reach out and salute the crowd. Anything can really happen. I believe Grosskamp started 4th in 2012. And was able to move up and take the championship. Here's Alexander Hagberg. He'll start 8th, one of the X-Ray drivers in the main.
Yep. It's a 3-manufacturer affair here with Yokomo, Tamiya, and X-Ray. Early on in qualifying and certainly in practice, it looked like it was going to be a 2-car show between Yokomo and Tamiya. Christopher Kropp in the Kyosho, the lone Kyosho driver, was in the top 10 early on in qualifying. He fell by the wayside as qualifying went on. Arguably because X-Ray found their pace, but the traditional domination of Tamiya not evident at this World Championships. Yokomo has officially caught up.
That was Akio Sabue, one of the young Japanese drivers from Tamiya that walked out to the railing on the driver's stand. There's Atsushi Hara, of course, back with Yokomo for the first time since he won the World Championships in 2000. And Yokomo going winless since then. It seems, of course, with the top 2 drivers in qualifying and the dominant team so far this week, that they do have a chance at winning their first World Championship in over a decade.
Yep, their chances look very, very good. We are looking at Victor Wilk receiving the accolades of the assembled crowd.
Tamiya, of course, the most successful team at the ISTC World Championships. A little bit off the pace so far this week, but they've got, I believe it's 3 drivers in the main. And so, of course, they're not out of this one. Mark Reinhardt winning the 12 scale race back in at Minreg in Largo, Florida. He's starting 4th. He started 2nd in the 12 scale race, so we know, of course, he can get the job done. It's just going to be a matter of what happens in front of him. Reinert's going to need a little bit of help.
He might get that help from our pole sitter, Naoto Matsukura, who is traditionally known for being ridiculously fast in short chunks of time. Seems to have a trouble stringing 5 or even 8 minutes together consistently. He managed to do that in the practice main, but you never know. He had troubles in the 12 scale event with consistency, so this is certainly not over yet by any means. Here's second qualifier Ronald Folker saying hello to the crowd.
Just before that, Bruno Coelho, the wild card, he is one of 2 X-Ray drivers in the show, and certainly will have his work cut out for him with 2 Yokomo teammates in front. I was talking to a couple of the drivers in the pit area, and specifically Mark Reiner during an interview just before or just after the practice final. And Reiner wondering how the Yokomo team situation is going to work out. Of course, we have no way of knowing what the Yokomo mechanics asked of Ronald and Naoto leading into this race. You certainly don't want teammates to take each other out. Reinard and Wilk are teammates starting in the 4th and 5th spot, so they'll have a chance to work together. But Coelho, with really no help, his only teammate in the final starts back all the way in the 8th spot.
He's got to rely on his raw speed, although he does have it. He managed to TQ qualifying round number 4 yesterday. He qualified 2nd in round 6 this morning, and his raw speed, even in that practice main, was there. He was with the leaders for the first couple of minutes. So drivers take their positions on the stand. The cars get turned on. They will possibly go out for a warm-up lap. We'll see how this all works out.
Going to be very important on the warm-up lap not to overheat the tires.
Yep.
Of course, many of them will probably just putt around, get a feel for the car, make sure nothing's wrong. They need to save everything that they've got for a 5-minute sprint here in the heat of the day. It's about 1:30 local time. It's not very comfortable to stand outside.
I'll bet it's even less comfortable to kneel on that hot asphalt.
I'm sure it's even less comfortable than that to be on that driver's stand. Not a whole lot of airflow up there. And, of course, all the nerves, the blood pressure gets going. And they may not even realize how warm it is up there until after the race is over.
Yep, I think adrenaline is starting to take over. It will certainly take over if there's a battle for the lead at the end of this thing. And we're in the heat of the day now, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time here in Kissimmee, Florida. Looks like drivers will drive around to their grid positions. I wasn't sure if they were going to drive around or walk around.
I think that's why the mechanics are setting them down there at the start of the keyhole section, so they have a half a lap. They can get a couple of corners, check in by the line, make sure the transponders are working, and then pull straight to the grid. And gives them enough of a chance to make sure that everything's going well, shake out those nerves, get the blood back going in the fingers. And here they are taking the double file grid that will funnel them into a sweeper and then a right-hand 180 to start off A-main number 1 at the Worlds.
Saw 1,000 people online checking this out. Want to welcome you all to A-main number 1 here at the ISTC World Championships. We move down the grid. There is Bruno Coelho starting 3rd. Mark Reinhardt in the 4th spot.
His teammate Victor Wilk in the Tamiya in 5th. And behind him at Tsushihara, another Yokomo driver and former world champion in 6th.
Akio Subue in the Tamiya starts on the 7th spot.
Alexander Hagberg in the 2nd of the X-Ray vehicles in 8th. And
we
zooming
pan
out
back
because Mean V and Hilly's Grosskamp starting 9th and 10th. And here we go with A-main number 1 at the ISTC World Championships, and they're off.
We're underway carefully into the infield. Matsukura gets sideways. Huge pile up, and Coelho emerges after about 4 corners to take the lead. Volker in tow. Car's extremely loose early on in this one. Look at the scrum going on in front of the driver's stand.
Coelho out front. Volker surviving that collision with Naoto Matsukura.
And they are gone. They've already picked up about 1.5 to 2 seconds on the rest of the field, and they try to settle in as best they can. And this is a duel early on. Coelho with the good start after Matsukura getting the car loose, causing a pileup. And it's a 2-horse race out in front. Problems for Volker as he goes through the sweeper. So Coelho steams away. And this race changing complexion from how we expected it right off the bat.
Incredible. Coelho had a 2.5-second lead after the last lap. Volker with a huge mistake. He's going to drop back further behind now. Mark Reinhardt up to 3rd, now to Matsukura 4th, and Hagberg rounds out the top 5, so that both X-Ray cars in the top half of the field. Bruno Coelho absolutely driving away. We know his car was great in the heat. It's very hot outside. It really was not that difficult to expect. Something was going to happen with Volker and Matsukura stacking up, but we just didn't expect to see it that early.
Coelho made Reinhard. Reinhard with some more horsepower or a better drive down that back straightaway, and they are nose to tail through the infield through the short chute. Reinhard looks like his car gets off of the corner very well. However, he goes wide in the Omega turn, and Volker pulls right back up. Meanwhile, Matsukura shadows as they head down the back straightaway. Volker and Matsukura teammates must not take each other out. Reinhard leaves the door open as he swings wide in what they're calling the boot. And they head into the Omega, and Volker gets it wrong. He will drop to fourth as Matsukura moves up a spot.
You could see the car sliding around the track, making it very difficult. Volker was in a tough spot there, not only trying to take advantage of any pass attempts possible on Reinhard's car, but also had to drive defensively to keep Matsukura behind him, and it cost him. And now we see that they're just down to 2 cars in this battle for the second spot. Reinhard looks like he's struggling a little bit. Matsukura is showing a lot of pace. Reinhard forced to drive very defensively in order to keep him behind.
We're going to go to the Tamiya instant replay to see what just happened. This was the problem with Volker. Volker on the brakes, turns in, smacks the board. Turned in just a hair too much.
A little too close to the barrier there, already up on the curb. Got into the... Oh, and we see Matsukura hitting the barrier coming down the straightaway, and he flies out, nearly out of the park. And now Volker right on him in a battle for third. And Reinhard suddenly with plenty of breathing room in the second spot. Unfortunately for Reinhard, Coelho is gone.
But Reinhard showing the consistency that won him a 12-scale world championship earlier this week. He sets out in pursuit of Coelho. He no longer has a car nipping at his heels. He can focus on running the most efficient laps he possibly can. We pick up Coelho by himself from Portugal. He's gone. There's Reinhard entering the picture right now. The gap, 5.7 seconds, and Coelho went 9/10 of a second faster on that last lap. He is making a name for himself here at the World Championships. He has this race exactly where he wants. He's able to use the driving style that he likes best. And we're going to take a look at Matsukura hitting the boards on the Tamiya instant replay. On the switchback, heading onto the straightaway, turns in, makes the right-hand turn, and just clips the board with the side of the car. That's all it takes, and he is now down in the order again.
Bruno Coelho, 4 laps in a row, 18.7, 2 18.5s, another 18.7, out front and just pulling away. And now with the master clock expiring, just a few corners left.
Coelho wins A main #1 here at the World Championships. Reinhard will finish up second, Matsukura third, Volker fourth, Hagberg in the fifth spot. Gilles Grosskamp with a good drive to get up to sixth. Minvi seventh, Sobue eighth, Wilk ninth, and Atsushihara off the track after 8 laps.
Absolutely
what a drive
incredible
by
start to the ISTC World Championships. Bruno Coelho from third on the grid, right there in the thick of things. The Yokomo teammates ahead of him, just as we talked about right before the start of the race. Now at the Matsukura, Ronald Volker collide. Both of them make a mistake. Bruno Coelho gets out front and absolutely drives away. I'm going to run out to the pit area and grab a couple of J Concepts pit reports, find out what the drivers thought of A main #1. I'll leave you here with Marshall Scari in the VBC Racing broadcast booth.
Thank you, sir. Taking a look at the lap times from that main. In qualifying, these guys were running low 17-second laps most of the way. In round number 5 yesterday, at the end of the day, we saw a handful of upper 16-second laps. Fastest lap of the race of this main was Naoto Matsukura with an 18 flat. So the track is either slowed down or the drivers are driving safety or a little bit of both. But the track much, much slower than it was earlier this morning. So A1 is in the books, and we're going to move into the lower mains, and IFMAR doing a unique format for this event. They are going to do double mains for all of the lower mains, so it'll be, if you're familiar with motocross racing where they do 2 motos, it'll be similar to that. Some questions around what they're going to use for a tie break, but we will find out as the day goes on if that becomes an issue. So Bruno Coelho wins A main #1 convincingly with a measured, patient, and efficient, correct drive. Finishing first ahead of Reinhard, and Matsukura finishing up in the third spot. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships continues with support from Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Aaron Waldron is racing down to the pit area to track down our A-Main drivers to get their impressions after that first race. And we will have J Concepts pit reporting shortly, so don't go away. And our online user number bumped up significantly. 1,582 people online to check out what's going on here from Kissimmee, Florida. Welcome to one and all. My name is Marshall Scari, and this is LiveRC.com's broadcast of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Temperatures continuing to rise here in Kissimmee, Florida. Grabbing a quick weather check here. I'm showing 85 degrees. That is Fahrenheit. Check that, 87.4.
Surprise winner here of A-Main number 1, Bruno Coelho. We're in the right place at the right time. Volker and Matsukura got together, and you were there to take the win.
Yeah, it's perfect. I don't make any mistake, and it's slowly to the final. And good win.
Were you expecting something to happen in front of you?
No.
You were close enough to take advantage. The track was very slippery. We saw people sliding all over the place. But even once you got out in front, you didn't hang back and just put in clean laps. You were the fastest car on the track.
Yeah. No, I don't have pressure. Just do slowly, and I do fine.
Your car looked really better than anybody's. Everyone else is sliding around, unable to get out of the corners. Your lap times were consistently, sometimes several tenths of a second faster than anyone else. What do you think made your car better than anyone else on the track?
I don't know. It's a new car, a new X-Ray car. I think it's very, very good.
Did you plan specifically change anything on the setup that you thought was going to be better in the heat?
No.
Absolutely incredible start. I'm sure, Cesar, it was really tough for you to watch what happened out front, and you're sitting down here unable to do anything. You've just got to watch what's happening.
What can I do? If I can drive for him, of course I drive for him, but I can do it. It's Bruno who will drive. That's amazing. Okay, I'm suffering a lot, but it's done the first. Let's go to the second, and I hope to get a very good result at the second heat also.
We know that there's always a potential for a tie on points. The tiebreaker in AAA mains per IFMAR rules for this is the fastest heat time, but if you can win the second main here, it can be over before the third main's over.
Yeah, I will try. Sure, I will try.
I guess that's really all the best you can do. Congratulations on a fantastic A1, and thank you for making an incredible story here at the ISTC Worlds.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
A surprise finish here. Surprise start to A-Main number 1. Teammates Ronald Volker and Naoto Matsukura getting together. Bruno Coelho in position to take the win.
That's Aaron Waldron with the J Concepts pit report, talking to A-Main number 1 winner Bruno Coelho with a dominant performance. We will see him and the other drivers up later on for A-Main number 2, where if Coelho gets his way, he could wrap up the world title at that time, but we will see what happens on this extremely tricky track. So we are letting everybody at the track catch their breath before we start up with the lower mains. Again, we're doing 2 mains each for the B through J mains. So X-Ray scores in the first A main today, with Tamiya finishing up in the second spot, so their hopes are still very much alive in this World Championship. And we're getting ready for another J Concepts Pit Report with Aaron Waldron, getting a hold of Mark Reinhard. Take it away, Aaron.
Just before the start of A-Main number 1, Mark Reinhard and I were talking about his strategy for what he was going to do from 4th on the grid. And just like you predicted, crazy stuff happening in the first couple of laps, and all of a sudden you end up with a second place finish.
Yeah, I think that was all I could do. I mean, there was a small crash between Naoto and Ronald, and I tried to go through, but I got also hit, so I was 7th, and there was another pile up in the chicane. So I got lucky there and came out 3rd on this spot, but I think Bruno was already like, whatever, 4 seconds away. So, yeah, I could pass Ronald pretty nice on a double left turn and stay in front of him, and he made a crash, and then Naoto pick up just behind my back, and he crashed as well. And then I just took it easy to the end because there was 0 grip. They have a 1 hour break from the warm-up to now, and it drove like on ice. So I hope that second main going to be more grip, so it's going to be more racing.
It's a really interesting race for us. Of course, a little bit of stuff going on as we got to back up a little bit here from the tech table section. The cars are sliding around like crazy. A lot of action going on in the back of the pack, but Coelho's car, he was just gone. His car, it seemed like it got better as the race went on.
Yeah, like we could see qualifying. I think his car, or he makes the car look so much traction. So I actually expect that he's going to do the same thing in A2 again. And so if he don't crash, I think he can pass both Yokomos in the front pretty easy. So maybe it's going to be a fight for second, but you never know what's going to happen. To have a second already in the books is not bad, and now we drive from there.
You had mentioned that you weren't sure what the Yokomo team orders might be heading into A-Main number 1. Obviously, they don't want their own team drivers to take each other out, and that's really exactly what happened right away.
I mean, this is good for us, but I think in the team, this is for sure the worst thing what can happen. I mean, if you are 1 and 2 with Yokomo and you come in 3rd and 4th just because you take each other out in the first lap already, I wouldn't do this in my team. I would try to at least be safe in the first lap and then try to find a way in the second or something. But, I mean, if they do it again, it's good for us, but we will see.
You and your teammate Victor start 4th and 5th. Are there any Tamiya team orders?
No. I mean, we just start like it is, and we can still fight. I mean, we're starting in the middle of the pack, so... I mean, if I see he's way faster, maybe I can just open for him and try that he's going to take the other guys in front. But so far, I think we don't make any orders for the team.
Well, congratulations on an excellent start to A1, and good luck in A2.
Thank you.
Mark Reinhard walking away with a second place finish here in the first A-Main after a very surprise start to the race.
Thanks, Aaron, for the J Concepts Pit Report, talking to 3-time ISTC World Champion Mark Reinhard. He finishes second after starting 4th, and a fraught beginning. He got caught up in the early race scrum that happened as the drivers were caught out basically by the lack of grip that they had. Matsukura starting the proceedings with the first spin that collected several cars. Coelho able to thread his way through the mess and drive away from the rest of the field to win A1. Waldron still prowling the pits down there looking for another J Concepts Pit Report as we talk to the A-Main drivers to get their impressions of what just happened. IFMAR ISTC World Championship coverage on Live RC continues with supporting roles by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. In the midst of a significant break between the first A1 and the first of the lower mains, according to the heat printout that we've got, I'm showing a 2-car J main, which, because it's 2 cars, I'm not sure if IFMAR will actually run that main or not. We'll find out when cars come to the grid. If not the J main, then they'll start with the first of 2 I mains. And get ready for the Tamiya replay of the start of A main number 1 coming up on your screen. From the driver's stand, Matsukura leads out. They head into the infield. Everything looks good so far, but then you can see Matsukura's car step out. And there's what Reinhard was talking about in that J Concepts pit report, where he started 4th but dropped to 7th. So that's how we started. And I have to say, it was a mess, although I'm sure I couldn't do a better job myself. Aaron Waldron's found his next target for the J Concepts pit report. We're going to get him on the camera momentarily. Aaron Waldron, take it away.
We got Naoto Matsukura here right after A main number 1. Tell us what happened.
First lap, a big happening, but it's a truck and it's so bad, and easy loose and cannot start. But bad luck, yeah.
Did you and Ronald discuss what you're going to do at the start before the race?
Yes.
All right.
That wasn't the plan, I'm sure.
What?
That was not the plan, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right, what are you going to do differently in A main number 2?
I'm safety in the first lap and keep going. Yeah.
Sorry about the bad luck here in A main number 1. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now the Matsukura running into a little bit of bad luck as we get started with one of the lower mains here. Obviously looking for a little bit cleaner start to A main number 2.
Andy's rounding the third turn.
Thanks, Aaron. He got a J Concepts pit report there with Naoto Matsukura, your top qualifier. And the most interesting part of that interview to me was the question, did you and Ronald talk about a strategy beforehand? Yes. Yes, we did. And that's all he said. So we're underway with the J main number 1, originally scheduled to be a 2-car affair. And now 1 car on the track. So not much racing action to be had here in the J main. Grant Remington from the U.S. making his way around the track. And it looks like they don't even have corner marshals out on the track for him. So this is just a chance to turn some laps at the World Championships. We'll have fully featured mains coming up next with the I main. Once we get to the middle of the program, we'll have A main number 2, so I expect to see 7 more mains before we bring up A main number 2. So Grant Remington all alone out in front in this one. 4th lap, 22.7. Aaron Waldron continuing to prowl the pits looking for interviewees for our J Concepts pit reports. Currently trying to track down Ronald Folker. Should have that interview for you shortly as we pick up American Grant Remington making his way around the track without marshals. He's on the clock. So this is an official main, but I have to say I have never ever seen a real racing main that had no corner marshals. Remington sampling the low traction that the A main drivers just experienced. He's down the back straightaway through the sweeper. I didn't get a chance to talk about him much during this World Championship event, but he's on the track. Allowing Tony Rivas some zooming practice. We are set to go with another J Concepts pit report with Aaron Waldron. He's got Ronald Folker to talk to. Aaron, take it away.
We got Ronald Volker here just after A main number 1. Not quite the start you were looking for.
No, I knew the condition would be bad,
Like nobody drove for the last hour, so there was not much grip. Because of this, we decided, or I was thinking to put a lighter gear diff in. Normally when traction is low, lighter gear diff works better, but I made the wrong choice, and I left my car with zero traction. Also, Naoto spun out in front of me at the start, which cost me also like the spot to Bruno. But after 2 or 3 more corners, he was gone, and I was left with no traction and couldn't challenge Mark and Naoto. It went better after 3 minutes. I could at least match the pace of Mark and Naoto, but also made a mistake before by myself. But I lost the race, obviously, because of the fact I had no traction.
What happened in your mind in the first lap crash between you and Naoto?
Going to the left-hand corner, he just spun out. I think also to the fact like no grip, no traction, so I couldn't avoid the contact as he was just in front of me, which let my car go through the dot, over the dot, and Bruno was able to capitalize of that. So yeah, the conditions were bad. We knew that because of the fact that nobody ran for the last hour, but yeah, it was the same for everybody, and Bruno made it pretty good. So he was checking out and won it pretty easy.
With 3 races, of course, and only 2 counting, no one's really out of this one, but does this make it a little bit tougher going into A2 knowing that the next 2 races have to count?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we are here for the win. So the A1 was not as good as I wanted to. Same for Naoto. So for A2, I expect the track to be similar to the days before, and then we will see how it will work out in A2 and A3.
Well, good luck going into the rest of the finals here.
Thank you.
Ronald Volker starting up front, getting a little fender bender, I guess, with teammate Naoto Matsukura, and A-Main not working out the way that he wants, but he's still got 2 chances left.
Thank you, Mr. Waldron, getting us another J-Concepts pit report with Ronald Volker. And we're getting set to go with the third main of the day. This will be the I main. And now we will have a full field. So Volker echoing the laments of other drivers we've talked to so far, complaining of zero grip on the track, and you could see that easily during the start of that first A main. Drivers were slithering all over the place. Matsukura getting it wrong on the first left-hand corner of the main, getting the car sideways and collecting half of the field. Coverage continues here from Kissimmee, Florida, with the support of Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, Calander Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Livetime. My name is Marshall Scari. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays are brought to you by Tamiya, and our 2 track cams are brought to you by VRC Pro, one of which you're looking at right now from the driver's stand. I-Main, coming up, it is Lee Passell, Jake Danilchik, Dave Duncan, Anna Viskel, Michael Wise, Fred Kellner, Chris Hillier, Ken Miller, Mike Haswell, and Uri Kalenchik. In a main dominated by Americans, Anna Viskel here from Germany, Mike Haswell from Great Britain, and Uri Kalenchik from Slovakia. Lower mains today will be a 2-main affair. They'll be using points for the finish of each main, and then the driver with the lowest point score across the 2 mains will be declared the champion of the main. Cars are gridded up. Corner marshals are heading to their positions. I'm thinking this may be an action-packed main on a slick track with drivers who maybe had a little bit of trouble coming to grips with the racing surface here. Passell, Danilchik, and Duncan will be leading it out for America. And we are underway in the I main. Pacell right off the gun gets into the inside board on the sweeper. Problems for Danilchik, so Duncan will move up to the second spot. Through the Omega for the first time. Pacell, Duncan, and Hillier. Car is tumbling already. So Pacell and Duncan already making a break for it, trying to get away from the rest of the field in this one. Pacell drifting the car around the keyhole corner. They're across the stripe for the second lap. And Duncan getting it wrong and getting hung up on the boards a little bit, so he is in danger of losing second place now as Pacell steams away. Pacell in the yellow and white machine. Through the Omega turn and across the stripe, his last lap in 19.6. Duncan, Kellner, and Danilchik, second, third, and fourth. Fight for second right now between Duncan and Kellner. Duncan in the gray, green, pink, and white machine. Kellner in the red and white. They head through the switchback, heading onto the straightaway. Duncan and Kellner. Kellner pulling right on up down that straightaway. He's got some motor in that little ride. However, Duncan, with some very efficient lines through the infield, opens up gap right back up in Kellner off the screen, so Danilchik will take over that third spot. Pacell starting to get run down again by Duncan. His last lap 21.0 to Duncan's 20.2. So this is the fight for the lead. Lee Pacell versus Dave Duncan. Duncan trying his hand at touring car, known much more for his off-road exploits. And one of the guys from the J Concepts team that are providing our pit reports with Aaron Waldron at this event. Here comes Duncan, looking for some place to go on Pacell. Pacell kind of going this way and that, leaving all sorts of doors open. Down the back straightaway for Pacell and Duncan through the sweeper and into the infield. Duncan, very efficient lines now. Looks like he's got the handle down the inside. Pacell makes room, and Duncan with a nice pass to take the lead. And immediately after passing for the lead, they've got lap traffic in front of them. It's going to be Kalenchik and Haswell in front of them. As they head down the straightaway, we follow Dave Duncan, Florida native, trying to win the I main. Oh, gets tripped up by a lapper. I think that was Haswell, not sure, so Pacell goes back out front. Leaders down the straightaway. Duncan showing more speed through the infield than Pacell's got. Here comes the Tamiya incident replay of Duncan having his race interrupted. Boom! Just like that. Even in replay in slow motion, it's fast. Driver trying to get off the wall and finally does, right as Duncan got there. Very unfortunate timing, and the fight is on again between Pacell and Duncan. Duncan right there, slamming on the horn. They get together. Duncan against the wall, but gets away without a corner marshal. So the sprint is on to the line here with just over a minute to go. Pacell trying to hold off a racy Dave Duncan. They're down the straightaway one more time. Duncan not up on horsepower. He's got a little bit of a deficit to Pacell, but he's much better through the infield, as you can see right here. Duncan, he's looking. They're down the straightaway. Pacell retains the lead as they head down the straightaway through the sweeper. Duncan throwing the Earnhardt move on him, trying to bump him out of the way. It didn't work. He gets inside again. They bump doors, and Duncan moves through to take the lead. Duncan and Pacell, as Duncan trying to get away now. He's been working on getting that lead back for a while. 20 seconds left to go, so they're going to go for this lap plus one more. They're through the short chute. Duncan already starting to open up a small gap on Pacell. Straight away for Duncan on the last lap. They're in the infield. Pacell getting desperate. He's starting to throw the car into the corners. One final attack from Pacell through the short chute. They're at the Omega, and Duncan hangs on by the narrowest of margins over Pacell. So a good race in the IMA number 1. They're going to go at it again later on this afternoon. So we complete the I main, the first of 2 of those mains. Each of the lower mains today, B and on down, will run twice. So great race between Dave Duncan and Lee Pacell in the first I main. Continuing coverage of the IFMAR World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. Make sure to check out superiorhobbies.com today and pick up some RC goodies for yourself for 10% off everything in the store with coupon code LIVERC. Electric or nitro, on-road or off-road, they've got you covered. Competitive prices, fast shipping, and a discount today that is significant. We're bringing up the H main number 1. This is going to be Sean Schuta, Fernando Gordino, Uri Huddy, Jeff Hastings, Stephen Boyce, Antonio Caroli, Michael Hanelick, Chris O'Donohue, Andrew Doherty, and Damian Giddens. South Africa, the United States, Slovakia, and Great Britain represented in this main. All cars checked in. Corner marshals are heading out there, so we're getting set to go. And again, we're having 2 versions of each lower main today. Be assigning points for each finish. Lowest points total wins the main. Not sure what they're using for a tiebreak, though. I talked to one of the IFMAR officials this morning, and we talked about the double mains, and I asked him point blank, well, what are you guys using for the tiebreak? And his answer, I actually don't know. I got to double check. My guess is they will use the fastest overall race time between 2 drivers. I think there's actually 2 levels of tiebreak. But if you have 2 drivers that go, say, 1 and 2, they're going to use the result of the last main and or time. The double main concept is one that eludes me because I'm not very familiar with it. Cars are lined up in the H main. We are set to go. And here we go. Schuta leads them out through the infield. Gordino gets wide. Uri Huddy ducks underneath, and Gordino gets it wrong again. Has to wait for the entire field to go by. So he goes from 3rd to 10th just like that. Schuta, Huddy, and Caroli, your top 3 on the first lap. Leader down the back straightaway, South African Sean Schuta. Followed by Slovakian Uri Huddy, who gets it wrong at the boot, and he will fall down the order. Schuta saying see ya to the rest of the field in this one. Caroli moves up to the 2nd spot. Doherty to 3rd. Huddy drops to 4th. Down the back straightaway for our leader, Schuta through the boot. As I do my Canadian impression. It's all a boot going fast, using a known process. Fight for 3rd right now between Andrew Doherty and Uri Huddy. Down the straightaway, American Doherty, Slovakian Huddy, Mr. X-Ray in his T4. Trying to track down the podium position to the inside. Doherty, they get together. Huddy will get 3rd after a bunch of extracurricular activity. I'm certain that's worth a Tamiya instant replay, which is getting queued up right now. Lots of fights for position from 4th on down. And Tamiya instant replay showing the contretemps between Hoodie and I think Boyce, they get together on the exit of the corner. Quick pirouette by Hoodie. Managed to dodge another car that spun out. I think that was Gordino, and he continues on his way in the third spot. Schutte leads. Caroli runs in the second spot. Hoodie in the third spot. This main being led by South Africans. Slovakia in the third spot, and America running fourth, and Andrew Doherty in the white car down the straightaway. Lots of horsepower in that ride. Doherty trying to hold off a racy Jeff Hastings for the fourth spot. Gordino's right there as well. They're through the Omega. Through the switchback, Doherty just trying to get a good drive onto the straightaway and does so. Hastings gets a good run down the straightaway as well. Gordino got it wrong. He drops a spot to O'Donoghue. Oh, Hastings gets worked in front of the driver's stand. A little over halfway through this one, 2:15 left to go. It is Schutte, Caroli, and Hoodie. They have broken away from the rest of the field. The fight is for fourth between Doherty, O'Donoghue, and Gordino. Doherty trying to just calm down and get into a rhythm here. He's had cars nipping at his heels most of this main. O'Donoghue from Great Britain runs in the fifth spot. He's got Gordino from America right behind him. Doherty gets it wrong in the boot. Here comes O'Donoghue and Gordino to try to overhaul him for the fourth spot. Gordino takes a look inside. O'Donoghue shuts the door. Gordino back again. They're down the straightaway. Gordino, drag race, and O'Donoghue has just enough horsepower to hold him off. They're through the boot. Doherty struggling through that section. Gets wide. O'Donoghue takes a look, cannot get it, the job done, but Gordino gets past O'Donoghue for the fifth spot. Now he'll take a shot at Doherty. 1:15 left on the master clock in this one. It is Doherty, Gordino, and O'Donoghue fighting for the fourth spot. Doherty starting to get a rhythm. He's got just enough of a gap to stay out of contact with Gordino, but that could certainly change with one false move of the steering wheel. They're through the boot. Doherty has been slow in that section throughout this main. Here comes Gordino pulling up to take a look as they head through the Omega turn. Gordino in the black and white. Miscue through the chicane. He will lose ground on Doherty. 30 seconds left to go in this one. Gordino trying to get to fourth spot. Schutte in the black and red machine, if memory serves me. Car number one trying to pick him up as he makes his way to the line to finish up the main. There he is, Sean Schutte, heading out on his last lap. Sun breaking through the clouds here in Kissimmee. He's down the back straight through the sweeper. Through the boot. Around the keyhole through the short chute. Into the Omega turn, and Schutte will win H-Main number one. Followed by Antonio Caroli and Uri Huddy. Scrum for the line at the end as Doherty was still trying to fend off O'Donoghue. Gordino did get by for fourth. So another good race as we've resorted all these drivers together to similar speeds. And this is always more fun to watch than qualifying, and it's a lot more straightforward. Get to the line before the other guy. There's no master clock involved. It's straight up positions on the track. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships for international scale touring cars continues with the support of Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HBHPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Hello to the 1,500 viewers out there in Live RC land. We are watching the lower mains here at the IFMAR World Championships. If you missed A main number one, you missed out. It was an excellent race. A2 will be coming up later. Bruno Coelho from Portugal, from third on the grid, wins the main in a dominating fashion. We're bringing up G main number 1, Jackie Schum, Daniel Zieber, Mike Haynes, Antoni Caretti, Gonzalo Cortez, Dennis Pichthel, Trin Tanang Sakshakul, Wojciech Rajwadowski, EJ Evans, and Fangzhu Zhang. Hong Kong, Germany, the United States, Australia, Brazil, Thailand, Poland, and China represented in this main. Getting one more transponder check out of the drivers here as we've done a resort. A couple of drivers possibly changing cars or chassis in preparation for their main event. This is G main number 1. We're going to go through all the lower mains, their first iteration, and then run A main number 2. And then we will run the second version of the lower mains and then have our A3 late this afternoon. Drivers on the stand gridding up. Live RC cameraman Tony Rivas holding it down in the driver's stand. He's got our camera up there doing a great job. His first time doing camera work for liverc.com, and we are underway with the main, and Zieber gets it wrong on the entrance to the infield. Cars going everywhere. Jackie Schum says thank you as he gets a little bit of a gap. Schum off with a fast start, followed by Haynes and Caretti. Schum getting it wrong coming out of the Omega, though, and Haynes there to capitalize. They're down the back straightaway. American Mike Haynes getting into the infield, through the boot. Jackie Schum in tow. Haynes with a car that does not like to enter corners in a controlled manner. That rear end stepping out on him. Through the switch back down the back straight for the Associated TC 6.2 of Mike Haynes. Schum got it wrong coming out of the straightaway. He will fall down the order. Haynes leads. Gonzalo Cortez moving up to the second spot now in the 5 car. Zieber recovering from his first lap miscue to the 3rd spot in the gray and the orange. He's got a mirror full of American EJ Evans. That's the fight for 3rd in front of us. And Zieber getting wide. Evans not able to capitalize. Zieber gets wide at the switchback. Gives up that critical drive onto the straightaway. So Evans right there. Oh, Evans right into the back of Zieber. Airbags deployed in Evans' car. Zieber's car gets loose. Not sure if it's been damaged or not. It's tough to tell with the track being slick in the heat of the day here. We're back to the front of the field. It is Cortez trying to run down Haynes. He's making progress. Haynes through the Omega. Cortez follows. Through the switchback and down the back straight. Haynes through the boot. They have left 3rd place Daniel Zieber behind. They're going to duke this one out between themselves. Here comes Cortez. He's slowly creeping up on Haynes. They come through the switchback onto the back straight. Cortez with a nice line gathers more ground. They're through the double apex right into the infield. Through the short chute, Haynes and Cortez. Cortez, little bump heading through that left-hand keyhole into the Omega turn. Haynes and Cortez with 2 minutes left to go in this one. This is the G-Main, #1 at the IFMAR World Championships. Mike Haynes trying to hold off Gonzalo Cortez. They have broken away from the rest of the field. And Cortez just outside of contact here. He's got him right in front of him. Into the infield through the boot one more time for Haynes and Cortez. They look to be very evenly matched. Cortez, nice drive through the short chute. He gets a nice close look at Haynes' car. A minute left to go in this one. And Cortez trying to set up a move on Haynes. They're through the short chute. Through the Omega. Cortez looks like his lines are slightly more efficient, but Haynes appears to be carrying a little more speed. They're down the back straight. Mike Haynes getting the lead early and holding on to it thus far. Cortez trying to come up with something to say about that as they head through the Omega. Cortez just railing the Omega turn. Here he comes. We are in contact now down the back straight. Cortez drafts Haynes down the straightaway. They've got lap traffic in front of them. And lap traffic pulls out of the way to allow the leaders to continue to race. Cortez pulls up on the brakes. Right on Haynes' rear wing through the Omega. Haynes with a bobble. Cortez not there to capitalize. Gets a little frisky with the throttle. Kicks the rear end out. And Cortez has lost contact with Haynes. That's a shame. He was spending lots of time trying to get that contact. And Haynes will win the G-Main after a spirited pursuit from Gonzalo Cortez. Zeber will finish up in the 3rd spot. Jackie Schum 4th, Dennis Pickthall 5th, and Tony Coretti in the 6th spot. Trin Tanang Sakshakul in the 7th spot. Fangzhu Zhang in 8th. EJ Evans and Wojciech Razvadovsky off the track early. G-Main is in the books. G-Main #1, that is. Our coverage continues with supporting considerations provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, Callander Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. My name is Marshall Scari. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays provided by Tamiya, and our track cams provided by VRC Pro. Drivers on the stand for the F-Main #1. Going to pay a bill, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, flat touring cars, TC6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tamiya parts.
This is Derek from Protoform. If you need a Protoform body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 1/10 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We return to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the ISTC World Championships from Kissimmee, Florida. F1 main on the track. It's going to be the ghost of Josh Cyril, who left this morning. Ethan Urchinger, Hideo Kitazawa, Dave Vera, David Ehrbar, Miko Tepanoya, Kenji Hosoda, Jason Hillcoat, Michael Jasmine, and Haifeng Wang. America, Japan, Germany, Finland, South Africa, France, and China represented in this race. Cars gridded up. Marshals are down. We are about to go with the F main number 1. Underway. Ethan Urchinger leads him out into the infield into the boot. Oh! Didn't catch which cars there were, but one car flying across the racing line and just blasts another one trying to get by. Lap number 1, it's going to be Urchinger, Kitazawa, and Airbar. Urchinger trying to make a break for it, has established a small gap already as the fight is on for 2nd through 5th. Cars getting together in the Omega turn, and the car that caused the problem having to wait forever for the car that he hit to get back going again. After 3 laps, it's going to be Urchinger, Airbar, and Kitazawa. Urchinger down the back straight. At a 1.5 second lead over German David Airbar. Let's go take a look at the Tamiya instant replay of the start of this race, and we'll get a look at that problem in the infield. Oh, one car doing a pirouette right off the grid. That was Dave Vera getting it wrong. And then there's that blast I was talking about on the entrance to the boot. So much sadness early on in the F1 main here. It's happiness for Ethan Urchinger, though. He's led since the starting tone and continues to lead as he heads into the sweeper and into the infield. Got a 1.9 second gap over German David Airbar. The Japanese driver Hideo Kitazawa trying to fend off South African Jason Hillcoat. This is a fight for 3rd. Kitazawa in the blue and white. Hillcoat in the blue, orange, and white. They're down the back straightaway. Kitazawa holding off Jason Hillcoat. Coming up on the halfway mark in this one. 2:15 down, 2:45 to go, and 3rd place driver on the straightaway. Trying to track down Airbar, but they're not succeeding to this point. Very good matchup between these two through the short chute. Kitazawa gets a little wide on the entrance to the Omega, but Hillcoat not there to capitalize. They're down the back straightaway. Urchinger rocketing away at the bottom of your screen as we follow the fight for 3rd. Top 4 in your frame right there for a moment. American Ethan Urchinger continues to lead over German David Airbar. Japanese driver Hideo Kitazawa runs in the 3rd spot. South African Jason Hillcoat in the 4th spot. Frenchman Michael Jasmine running in the 5th spot. American Dave Vera in 6th. Chinese driver Haifeng Wang in the 7th spot. Japanese driver Kenji Hosoda in the 8th spot. Mikko Tepanoja from Finland in 9th. All cars still running at this point. Following Michael Jasmine versus Dave Vera, that's the battle for the 5th spot. And we swing back to Ethan Urchinger. Down the back straightaway, a driver from the United States heading into the infield. Minute to go in this one. This is F main number 1. Through the infield with Ethan Urchinger. He's through the Omega and through the chicane, around the keyhole and through the switchback down the back straightaway. The car got loose for just a moment coming onto the straightaway. 30 seconds left to go. And the fight for second was starting to run him down. Although now we've got issues for the second through fourth place drivers. And Urchinger, 2-second lead over Airbar now as we approach the end of this race. Final seconds ticking away. Urchinger goes for one more, so he uses the clock as a pick. He will win F main number 1. Airbar finishes up in the second spot. Hillcoat gets past Kitazawa for third. Kitazawa finishes up fourth. Yasmin in the fifth spot. Vera in sixth. Hosoda seventh. Wong finishes up in the 8th spot. Tepanoya off the track after 9 laps, and Urchinger on the victory lap brings it around to win F main number 1. F main number 1 is in the books. E main coming up next. We're going to pay some bills, and we'll be right back after these messages. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR World Championships continue. We're bringing up E-main number 1. It's going to be Ralph Birch, Felix Law, Thomas Pumpler, Francesco Martini, Mark Burt, Ben Cosgrove, Mikhail Orlovsky, Matt White, Viljami Kutvinen, and Stephen Weiss. America, Austria, Italy, Great Britain, Poland, and Finland represented in this main. Looks like Ralph Birch will not be taking part in this main. Drivers are lined up. Grid is almost set. We can see the empty grid position where the ghost of Ralph Birch will be starting from. And we'll be starting in a moment. This is E-main number 1. Felix Law will effectively be leading these guys out from that second starting position. Pumpler in grid position number 3. A little bit of a delay getting this one started. Announcer for the track getting ready to get these guys started. Unexpected delay in the beginning of E-main number 1 here. Here we go. Felix Law leads them out. Law Getting a little wide in the boot, getting it wrong, spinning out in a very awkward spot. I wouldn't have expected the car to snap around on him like that in that particular place, so he will fall down the order as Francesco Martini from Italy will lead out on lap number 1. Pumpler and Burt give chase. Cosgrove's there as well. Front 4 right together through the infield. Pumpler gets it wrong coming into the chicane. Cosgrove gets it wrong at the keyhole. So a little bit of chaos early on in this one. It is Martini leading out over Burt. Martini, Burt, Pumpler, Weiss moving up to the 4th spot after starting 10th. So the German with an excellent start to this E-Main. Following Francesco Martini from Italy in the green and white. Followed by American Mark Burt in the orange and yellow. Burt, good drive onto the straightaway, pulls right up on the back of Martini's car. They're through the boot, through the keyhole and down the short chute. Burt with an efficient line through the Omega, an efficient line to the keyhole as well. So gives up a little bit through that switchback though, so Martini got away a little bit, but then Burt caught him right back up, and now he's looking for a place to pass. They're in the Omega. Pumpler recovering, he's right there as well in the 3rd spot. Top 3 down the straightaway, Martini, Burt, and Pumpler. Burt right on Martini's bumper. Gets it wrong, and Pumpler sneaks by. So Pumpler to the 2nd spot, Burt in 3rd. Pumpler and Burt to get together. Looks like it was one of them racing deals. So I think Stephen Weiss will have snuck through to get to the 3rd spot after starting 10th. Top 5 cars together. Burt just having issue after issue. That allows 5th place car Felix Law back into the picture. So top 5 together as we head through the switchback down the back straight. Law, nice pass coming out of the straightaway to get past Burt. 5-car freight train through the infield, through the short chute. Felix Law looking for another spot. He gets it into 3rd. Now he's looking for Pumpler. Gets it wrong, leaving the Omega. Martini, Pumpler, and Weiss down the straightaway into the infield through the boot. Martini trying to hold off in a racy field behind him. Through the Omega and the chicane. Martini leading most of this main. He's through the sweeper and into the infield. Pumpler now breaking contact with Weiss slightly as Burt looking at Weiss for that 3rd spot. They're through the short chute into the Omega. Felix Law, after a couple of hero moves to move up in the field, is gone. Martini keeping Pumpler behind him, but only just. They're through the Omega and the chicane. Pumpler taking a look coming out of the back straightaway. Drag race, equal horsepower. Martini lifted first for that sweeper. It was almost a collision. Here comes Weiss. He's not done trying to get to the front of this thing. Under a minute to go. Martini, Pumpler, Weiss, and Burt. They're down the straightaway. Burt gets it wrong. He loses contact. Here comes Weiss after Pumpler gets it wrong at the keyhole. Chicane, Weiss looking to the outside on Pumpler. Can't get it done. They're down the straightaway, and Pumpler losing contact with Martini with 30 seconds to go. The fights for second between Pumpler and Weiss. Weiss, nice line through the Omega. Pulls right up on the tail of Pumpler. Down the straightaway, Austria versus Germany. Italy leads. Final few seconds ticking away. This is the last lap. Weiss trying to become a hero. Trying to get that second spot away from Pumpler. That the Omega, and he will not get it done. Pumpler hangs on for the second spot. Francesco Martini wins the main. Weiss finishes up in the third spot. They left the rest of the field well behind. Here comes the rest of them now. See ya, guys. Yeah, they were 12 seconds off at the end of that one, so great race between Martini, Pumpler, and Weiss. That'll do it for E main number 1. D main coming next. Gonna step away and pay some bills. We will be right back after these messages.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships continues. Promotional considerations have been provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. We're bringing up D main number 1. It's going to be Nicola Moroni, Dominic Fogel, Marco Kaufmann, Alexandra Laurent, Charlie Putiotin, Martin Hootie, Kevin Hebert, Cyril Ndiaye, Shavit Salagupta, and Chris Adams. Italy, Austria, Germany, France, Thailand, Slovakia, Canada, and Thailand represented in this race, and America. Cars in these lower mains after that first day main may have gotten the word that the track was super slick, and they've made adjustments to their cars because they looked better on the track so far than the A main drivers did. A main drivers were very much surprised at the lack of grip when they went out for their first of 3 battles. Make sure you take advantage of the 10% off coupon available from SuperiorHobbies.com. Whether you race electric or nitro, on-road or off, they've got what you need. Enter promo code LiveRC.com at their checkout page. My name is Marshall Scaria. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays are being provided by Tamiya. The track cams are provided by VRC Pro. The event is being scored by the new Lifetime software. Taking scoring to the next level. There's tons of neat features in this software. More information will be available soon as we get ready to start D main number 1. We'll be ready to go in a moment here. And we are underway with D main number 1. Early on in this one is Moroni leading out over Fogel and Putiotin. Moroni in the all-white's got a mirror full of Dominic Fogel. Through the Omega and the chicane, past the keyhole. Fogel backs it into the keyhole, gathers it back up and continues his pursuit. Moroni and Fogel duking it out down the straightaway. Italy's Nicola Moroni in the all-white, fending off the green and white Austrian Dominic Fogel. Breaking away, Charlie P. in the third spot, kind of out of contact here. But the battle rages on out in front. Fogel trying to find a place to go on Maroney. Maroney keeping the door shut. They're through the switch back down the straightaway. What a great line by Fogel. Doesn't quite get enough drive to make a dragster pass on Maroney, but he is right on it as they head through the short chute. Maroney through the chicane at the keyhole. Fogel right there, just about contact. Fogel lifted at the last possible fraction of a second to avoid the collision, and now Charlie P has joined the party. Oh, Fogel on the inside. Fogel on the inside. Maroney rejects him and regains the lead. Fogel taking a look inside. They tap. Fogel's got to let him go on that one. IFMAR's going to get in his ear if he doesn't let him go, and he does. Charlie P collects him, though, after trying to do the right thing. An RC example of no good deed goes unpunished as they fall off the pace. So Germany's Marco Kaufmann takes over the lead. Maroney now in the second spot. Martin Hoodie up to the third spot. We pick up German Marco Kaufmann in the green and white through the short chute. He's at the keyholes, got some gap on Maroney now. Hoodie in the third spot and DA in fourth. Very tight, efficient lines being driven by Marco Kaufmann. Through the switch back down the straightaway. Not the best line out of the straightaway. Maroney catches up a little bit. He's starting to show up in the frame. So Kaufmann trying to hold off Maroney with a minute and a half to go. Maroney continues to close little bit by little bit. It's Kaufmann, Maroney, Hoodie, Ndie, Salagupta in the fifth spot. Adams runs sixth, Fogel in seventh. Laurent in the eighth spot. Charlie P in ninth, and Hebert at the back of the field. Kaufmann continuing to give up that gap he had on Maroney. Maroney running him down. They're through the switch back onto the straightaway. Much better line onto the straightaway for Kaufmann that time by. Kaufmann, rear view mirror full of Nicola Maroney's car now. They're heading down the straightaway. Maroney looking on the inside. Can't quite get it done through the sweeper. Maybe on the infield. Oh, they touch. Kaufmann able to regain his position. These cars so close on the edge of balance. Any touch will spin them out. Down the straightaway one more time for Kaufmann and Maroney. Hoodie starting to appear in the frame. Here comes Hoodie looking for second spot as Maroney makes a small mistake. Kaufmann now with just a little bit of a gap with a few seconds to go. This will be the last lap. Hoodie trying to get second away from Maroney on this last lap. They head through the sweeper and into the infield. Kaufmann's just got to stay clean. Maroney trying to hold off Hoodie. Short chute. Omega turn down the inside, and Maroney will hang on for second. Kaufmann wins. Hoodie in the third spot and DA fourth. Salagupta fifth. Fogel in the sixth spot. Adams finishes seventh. Alexandre Laurent eighth. Charlie P ninth, and Hebert rounds out the field. Going to step away, and we will be right back after these messages.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, DC6.2s, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy Parts.
This is Derek from Protofirm. If you need a Protofirm body, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We return with C main number 1 here at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. Bringing up Canadian Andrew Hardman, German Frederick Zudoff, Frenchman Lake Yasmin, Finn Juho Levanen, Australian Simon Nicholson, German Mark Fisher, Englishman Ollie Jeffries, Englishman Colin Pierce, Japanese driver Takayuki Kono, and Englishman Chris Granger. Our coverage is made possible with the support of Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Lower mains will be a 2-main affair today. We're running through the first set of them right now. We'll have A main number 2 coming up very soon now. Then once A2 is done, we'll bring up the second round of the lower mains. Bruno Coelho winning the first A main convincingly. We'll see if he can seal the deal in A main number 2 or if we'll have to go to the third main. Anything could happen. The track throwing the A main drivers a curveball in their first main. Much less grip than they were planning on. Grid is set. Underway, Andrew Hardman leads him out. Got a chance to talk to him earlier, and he clips a dot, and around he goes to the back of the line. So Frederick Zudoff will benefit from the mistake. Nearly gets passed by Juho Levanen. They're down the back straight. Juho Levanen looking to pass in the sweeper. Very racy out in front. Throws the shoulder to Simon Nicholson and sends Nicholson to the boards. Could be a 2-minute minor to Levanen for boarding. We'll find out. See what IFMAR has to say. So it is Zudoff and Levanen leading out over Ollie Jeffries. German Frederick Zudoff in the green, orange, and white, followed by the blue and white of Juho Levanen. And the yellow, pink, and white of Ollie Jeffries. They're through the sweeper into the infield, through the boot. Levanen, extremely racy early on. He started 4th on the grid and was full attack mode, trying to get up to the front of the field. He's almost there. Got the leader right in front of him as they head down the back straightaway. Zudoff rebuffing the advances of Juho Levanen as they head through the infield, through the Omega. The chicane and the keyhole. Switch back onto the straightaway. Jeffries creeping up in that third spot. .145 in this one, and Levanen slight bobble, and now Jeffrey right there looking for the second spot. And Takayuki Kono starting to appear in the 4th spot as well. Top 6 starting to compress together here as we pass the halfway mark with, or not quite to the halfway mark, my mistake. Levanen and Jeffries contesting the second spot. Levanen gets wide in the boot. Here comes Jeffries through the chicane, through the switchback on a straightaway. Nice line by Jeffries. Takes a look on the inside down the straightaway, but doesn't have the horsepower to get past Levanen. They're down the short chute. Levanen, more efficient line that time, keeps Jeffries at bay. Great camera work here on your screen as we follow that fight for second. And now the leader, small bobbles, and Zudoff right in front of Levanen. So top 3 in your frame right now. Jeffries takes a look to the inside, nowhere to go. Levanen slamming the door shut at every opportunity. They're down the back straight. Jeffries, not enough horsepower to pull up on Levanen. Through the infield in the boot, Sudoff right in front of Levanen. It's Germany versus Finland versus Great Britain. Down the straightaway, Takayuki Kono now coming into contact with that battle for second. Both drivers on the curbs. Levanen clipping dots, trying to stay sharp. Here comes Kono trying to get the third spot. Second, third, and fourth battling right now. Levanen swiping across the front of Jeffries twice. And a third time, he says, "Thou shalt not pass." Jeffries staying patient, trying to find a gap somewhere to pass with a minute to go. Oh, bobble for Jeffries. There goes Kono. Kono with a double tail swing drift. Manages to hang on to third only barely. Levanen will get a small break as he resumes pursuit of Sudoff. So it's Kono, Jeffries, and Loic Jasmine fighting for the third spot. Jeffries, nice line through the switchback to claw his way back up to Kono. This is the fight for third on your screen. Kono, Jeffries, and Yasmin. Meanwhile, Sudoff out in front has kept it clean and consistent the whole way. He's fended off Levanen. 10 seconds left on the clock. So Sudoff goes for one more. So will Levanen. Kono will go for one more. Levanen with a bobble on the last lap. It is now Sudoff's race to lose. He just got to cruise it in. He's at the boot. He's in the short chute. Gives himself plenty of room at the Omega turn and will win C main number 1 over Juho Levanen. Takayuki Kono finishes up in the third spot. Jeffries 4th, Yasmin 5th. In an excellent race. Closing in on A main number 2, but first we're going to contest the B1 A main right after these messages.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
We return to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships from Kissimmee, Florida. Promotional considerations provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, Calandra Racing Concepts, Reedy, and Lifetime. We're bringing up B main number 1. This will be Hayato Matsuzaki, Paul Lemieux, Christopher Kropp, Yannick Prumper, Nicholas Lee, Andy Moore, J.J. Wang, Rick Howard, Elliot Harper, and Scotty Gray. Japan, United States, Germany, Singapore, Great Britain represented in this main. A main number 2 coming up after this race. Can Bruno Coelho seal the deal by winning A main number 2? Can Naoto Matsukura recover from his disappointment in A main number 1? Can Mark Reinhardt from 4th on the grid emerge to win A main number 2? Can Ronald Folker get the job done from the second starting position? We're going to find out as we watch the B main number 1 lineup on the grid from our VRC Pro Track Cam on the driver's stand. And you know these guys are fast because they've got pit guys putting their cars down. Top drivers in this class of racing have their own full-time dedicated mechanics, kind of like Nitro off-road cars. This will be a fun race. Lots and lots of talent in this one. We're We're set to go. Track announcer telling him to get ready because it's less than 5. Underway, Matsuzaki leads him out with Lemieux in tow. Through the short chute the first time, car's looking very good so far. Matsuzaki, Lemieux, Kropp, and Prumper, your top 4 on the first lap. Matsuzaki and Lemieux starting to break away from third place Christopher Kropp. Through the Omega. At the VRC Pro Track Cam, watching the field stream past at the keyhole. Down the straightaway for Matsuzaki and Lemieux. Lemieux had a sniff at getting into the A main, but couldn't quite get the job done in round 6. So he's going to try to take down Matsuzaki and win B main number 1 here. Matsuzaki gets it wrong. Lemieux slams into him as Matsuzaki was just recovering the car. Matsuzaki goes wide, so Lemieux will take the lead. That allows Kropp to pull up in the 3rd spot, so we have a 3-way battle for the lead. Mobile cam action at the Omega turn through the chicane. Lemieux, Matsuzaki, and Kropp. They're down the back straightaway, through the sweeper and into the infield. Matsuzaki holding off the advances of Kropp. Super tight line by Lemieux in the infield. Here comes Matsuzaki with some extra drive as they head to the keyhole. Down the back straightaway, Matsuzaki, another good sequence of corners, but isn't able to make the pass. Lemieux holding off Matsuzaki through the infield. They're at the Omega turn. The X-Ray versus the Yokomo. X-Ray keeping the car inside, clips a dot, and Matsuzaki makes the pass. Lemieux right back after him as they head to the infield through the boot. Kropp right there to take advantage if the front 2 get together. Lemieux loose off the corner. Oh, gets loose again, and Kropp bumps into him, goes up on his side, and that allows Prumper through to the 3rd spot. Matsuzaki trying to make a break for it as he's got a gap on Lemieux. Prumper up to the 3rd spot from Germany, followed by fellow German Christopher Kropp. And Matsuzaki starting to break away from Lemieux. And Matsuzaki coming up on a ill-handling car of Nicholas Lee. Nicholas pulls right out of the way to let these guys continue. And the fight rages on out in front. Hayato versus Paul down the back straightaway. Hayato in the blue and pink. He's a world champion in 2-wheel drive off-road. Paul Lemieux, multi-time national champion in the U.S. in the blue and white. They're through the Omega. Lemieux's right there. 2 minutes to go. Down the straightaway for the leaders. Lemieux, little extra horsepower, gets inside in the sweeper. Oh, tries to go for the inside. Gets jammed to the wall. Manages to climb the wall and drive away without assistance. That's so rare in sedan. So he resumes his pursuit as the fight is on for 3rd between Yannick Prumper and Christopher Kropp. Through the boot one more time, Matsuzaki getting a little bit of breathing room as Lemieux starting to get a mirror full of Yannick Prumper. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th snaking their way through the infield, trying to run down Hayato Matsuzaki. First, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on your screen. Matsuzaki with a slight gap over Lemieux. Lemieux just outside of contact from Prumper. Prumper with a mirror full of Christopher Kropp. Lemieux gets it wrong at the keyhole, drops to 4th, so Prumper takes over the 2nd spot. Kropp to 3rd. Kropp looking to the inside of Prumper and gets the spot. So Kropp moving up to the 2nd spot. Matsuzaki appears to be gone. Kropp, Prumper, and Lemieux, the battle for 2nd through the infield. Lemieux looking the inside of Prumper, can't get the job done. Prumper keeps the door just barely closed. They're down the back straight. Lemieux throwing that car into the sweeper, not able to make a pass. Kropp trying to hang in there for 2nd with 14 seconds to go. They're going to go for one more lap. And now J.J. Wong enters the party. He's in the 5th spot, looking to get to 2nd. Matsuzaki just trying to keep it clean. He is gone. Here's the fight for 2nd. Krop versus Prumper. Matsuzaki crosses for the win. Scrum for the line. It looks like Krop ended up crossing for 2nd. Lemieux ends up 3rd. Prumper 4th. And Wang in the 5th spot. That will do it for B main number 1. Exciting battle in that one. Fast lap for Hayato Matsuzaki, 17.5. Impressive on what is likely to be a slick track. A main number 2 coming up next after these brief messages. So the first round of lower mains are done. That means it's time for A main number 2 coming up soon. You can see the A main cars down in front of the driver's stand. Drivers on the stand getting prepped to go with A main number 2. Aaron Waldron down in the pits with the J Concepts pit report, getting ready to interview Hayato Matsuzaki after that crazy B main. All right, Aaron Waldron, take it away.
Got Hayato Matsuzaki, another one of the Team Yokomo drivers from Japan, winning B main number 1. Obviously not where you wanted to be, but still a solid run.
Oh, thank you very much.
What were your expectations when you came here? Do you think you'd make the main, or you just want to do the best you can?
I would try to win, but not enough pace. So I try to keep no mistake, but still not enough pace.
You were a former off-road world champion. How much on-road racing do you do?
Basically, I start with on-road, and then before Worlds, maybe 4 years, I just started off-road.
Well, you did a pretty great job here. I mean, 11th is nothing to shake your head at, and we still got B main number 2 coming up. Good luck in the second one.
Thank you very much.
That's Hayato Matsuzaki, the 2007, I believe, 2-wheel drive buggy world champion, getting it done here on the asphalt.
Thank you, Aaron. We get a chance to talk to Matsuzaki. As we bring up A main number 2, they are gridded up. Let's see what happens here in A main number 2. Bruno Coelho, your winner from A main number 1 convincingly. Cars are lined up. It's Matsukura, Folker, Coelho, Reinhard, Wilk, Hara, Sabue, Hagberg, Veyrock, and Grosskamp. We are underway, looking for a good start out of Matsukura this time around. Gets through the boot cleanly. Volker with a little bit of a bobble. Reinhard moves to 3rd. Coelho to the 4th spot. And Matsukura trying to make a break for it. He has already opened up a gap on Volker and Reinhard down the back straight into the keyhole through the boot.
A little bit more what we thought the start to A1 would look like here. The top 4 drivers getting through cleanly. Now to Matsukura starting to stretch out a little bit from teammate Ronald Volker.
Ooh.
And Mark Reinhard making the early pass on Bruno Coelho.
Coelho not willing to sit there in 4th, though. He got right up underneath the rear wing of Reinhard. What a pass by Coelho.
Incredible.
Just throws the car in there and gets by cleanly.
Dive bomb under braking. Coelho getting by and wanting to move back toward the front. We saw in A-main number 1, his car seemed to get better as the race went on, as everyone else's cars starting to fall away. And let's see now if Bruno Coelho can track down the Yokomo teammates ahead of him.
Yokomo 1 and 2 looks like they've made adjustments to the cars that are working. The top 2, Matsukura and Volker, getting clean starts without mistakes. Reinhard to the inside of Coelho. Coelho right back after him.
Incredible race here for the 3rd spot. And while Coelho and Reinhardt are battling back and forth. That's going to allow Matsukura and Volker to get away. We see Volker's got about 4 seconds back to, excuse me, just about 1.1 seconds back to Bruno Coelho in the third spot. And Matsukura already 1.1 seconds up on Ronald Volker.
We focus on the fight for third between Coelho, Reinhardt, and Hara.
Wow,
big
and
scrum
big
at the
mistake
line.
there.
Coelho emerges.
Coelho made the mistake first, and then Reinhardt and Hara got together. Coelho able to recover fast enough to get back out to the third spot, but unfortunately, it looks like Matsukura and Volker might be a little bit out of touch here unless something happens.
Yep, he's going to need some help to get back to the front here as we follow A-Main 1 winner Bruno Coelho from Portugal, trying to track down Matsukura and Volker, who have run off into the distance. He was 3.3 seconds back of Volker after 7 laps. Here is now a battle for the lead between teammates Matsukura and Volker. They're down the back straightaway through the sweeper into the infield.
Less than a half a second separating the teammates last time by the line. Both of those drivers, of course, motivated to get a cleaner start this time and let the two of them battle it out for the win instead of both trying to play catch-up.
Yep.
Heading to the left side of the track and onto the back straightaway. Matsukura gets a great run onto the back straight, but here comes Volker. Volker's car has been better through this section of the track all week long.
Volker shadows his teammate. Their orders: run clean, win the race, don't take each other out. They're doing that thus far. And Volker trying to find somewhere to pass Matsukura and also hoping for a possible mistake from the Japanese driver.
Just past the 3-minute mark, less than 2 minutes left to go. And we see Matsukura getting a better run onto the straightaway than Volker did last lap, but it was able to keep the lead and grow it through the right side of the track. This time they were over a half a second apart at the line.
Matsukura, multiple-time 12-scale world champion. Volker has owned the ETS Racing Series in Europe for years. It does not have his own world title to his name yet, although he certainly has the talent to do so. Trying to find somewhere to pass Matsukura to improve his chances of a world title this afternoon.
Nearly identical lap times last time by the line. They're going to be coming up on traffic. In the World Championships, these drivers know what to do when faster cars come up on them, and the IFMAR officials will be looking at this closely to make sure the drivers get out of the way and don't interrupt the proceedings happening on the track up in the front of the pack. Still can upset their rhythm as we see Hara pull out of the way for his 2 Yokomo teammates. Just got to make sure that the leaders get through there without having to make an evasive maneuver and throw off their concentration.
Matsukura making a break for it. He's starting to break contact with Volker. 40 seconds left to go in this one. It's been a relatively quiet trip so far for Naoto Matsukura. Has had Volker on his tail at various points through the main, but he is starting to gap his Yokomo teammate and looking to put his stamp on A-Main number 2 with 20 seconds left to go.
You see over a second lead now for Matsukura, with Coelho another 4 seconds further back. So the top 3 is stretched out a little bit at this point as we head into the winding lap. Naoto Matsukura and Volker should make it by for one more, but Bruno Coelho will be caught at the line. Coelho's best shot here is third.
Matsukura, the yellow and white in lap traffic coming through the switchback onto the straightaway. Master clock has expired. Coelho is done. It's now Matsukura's race to lose. He has broken contact with Volker through the short chute one more time around the Omega, and Naoto Matsukura wins A-Main number 2. The final championship will go to A-Main number 3. Matsukura wins. Ronald Volker finishes second. Bruno Coelho in the third spot. Alexander Hagberg with a great drive to finish 4th after starting 8th on the grid. Yilis Grosskamp also an excellent drive to finish 5th. Victor Wilk in the 6th spot, Mean V in 7th. Akio Subue 8th, Mark Reinhardt 9th, and Atsushi Racy early on will finish 10th. Aaron Waldron on his way down to the pits to get us some J Concepts pit reports. We will have those shortly. We head to the VRC Pro Track Cam, looking over the facility from the driver's stand. Coverage continues with the support of Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. My name's Marshall Scari. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays provided by Tamiya and the track cams provided by VRC Pro. Aaron Waldron on his way down to the pit area to talk to the drivers after A-Main number 2. The title is not wrapped up yet. We are going to go to A-Main number 3 later this afternoon to determine our world champion. After 2, let's see here. So either a combination of the track improving and or adjustments to the cars allow Yokomo teammates Naoto Matsukura and Ronald Volker to emerge victorious in race A-Main number 2. Bruno Coelho holds station, finishes 3rd in the X-Ray, followed by teammate Alexander Hagberg in the 4th spot. So X-Ray showing speed here when it counts in the mains. Top finishing Tamiya is Julius Groskamp, defending world champion, in the 5th spot in A-Main number 2. His teammate Victor Wilk finishes in the 6th spot. After 2 mains, our overall standings look like this. Naoto Matsukura leads, Bruno Coelho in the 2nd spot, Ronald Volker in the 3rd spot, Alexander Hagberg 4th after 2 mains, Mark Reinhardt in 5th, Julius Groskamp 6th, Min Veyrock 7th, Victor Wilk 8th, Akio Tsubue 9th, and Atsushi Hara 10th. And we are going to go to Aaron Waldron with the J Concepts pit report with Naoto Matsukura. Take it away, Aaron.
Here we are with A-Main number 2 winner Naoto Matsukura. Much better start this time.
Yes, it's good, and it's good.
Was it difficult to keep out front when the car's sliding around so much?
Yes, too much hot and track. Easy after loose, and myself keep on going.
You and Bruno both have a win going into A-Main number 3. You start out front. What's your game plan?
Yes, same again. Yeah.
Are you going to change your car?
No change.
Just got to drive it.
Yes.
Well, maximum luck in A-Main number 3.
Not attack, but keep. Yeah.
Well, good luck, and we hope you do well.
Thank you.
And Naoto Matsukura winning A-Main number 2 from the pole position, and he's got one more man to close it out.
Aaron Waldron getting a hold of Naoto Matsukura right after A-Main number 2. One of the advantages of winning an A-Main at the World Championships is you have a beautiful girl bring you an icy afterwards. So Matsukura will get a chance to cool down as we bring up the first of our lower mains the second time around. J-Main number 2, which will be an exhibition of driving skill and prowess by Grant Remington from the United States. This was originally a 2-car main, and IFMAR decided to run it regardless. So Grant Remington will get his final look at the track for the entire week. The championship finals are going on right now here on liverc.com. Promotional considerations provided by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Small break in the activity here as we get ready to go, as we have another J Concepts pit report with Ronald Volker. Aaron Waldron, take it away.
Yeah, Ronald Volker here after A-Main number 2. Much cleaner start this time.
Yeah, the start was good, but already in the second corner, I drove pretty shit. Like, I touched the curb and was luckily able to keep the second spot. I was overall not so happy with my driving this time, so at least 2 good points, and I just need to step it up and do the best for A3.
The World Championship is going to come down to A-Main number 3. You start in the second spot. What's your game plan?
Well, first I need to get a clean start, and it also depends on the runtime. So I hope this time, for the first time of the week, I hope it will be a little bit cooler, so we get a faster run. And I just try to win and see that I can. I will try to put pressure on Naoto, and I will hope the guys behind me were not able to closing up. So it's a wide open race, and everything goes down or comes down to A3.
Are you in the most difficult spot of the 3 drivers that are in contention for the World Championship? Because not only do you have to worry about trying to pass Naoto up front, but you have Bruno behind you, who we've shown can make some pretty incredible pass attempts.
Sure, he has obviously a good car. And now Bruno and Naoto had a better chances coming into A3. But the race is not over yet. A3 will pretty much decide the podium, and we'll see who is on which spot.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Ronald Volker, the current European champion looking for the world title, is going to need some help in A-main number 3.
Thank you, Aaron. Getting a chance to talk to Ronald Volker. Still in it with a shot, although he pretty much has to win A-main number 3 to clinch the world title. More J-Concepts pit reports coming to you shortly as Aaron Waldron looking to track down Bruno Coelho for an interview. Yes. Heading into the afternoon here in Florida, it's 3:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Sun's starting to drop in the sky a little bit of overcast conditions on the track here as the clouds cooling the pavement down a little bit and should give these guys a little bit more traction. As J-Main number 2 with Grant Remington getting set to go. Running by himself. This is the first time I've ever seen a main run this way. Normally, with the races I've seen, if you have one or two drivers, they won't even run the main. But this is IFMAR, and they decided to do this, so Grant Remington begins his final run on the track this week. Waldron looking to track down Bruno Coelho to talk to him after A-main number 2. Running down the standings after 2 mains. Once again, Naoto Matsukura now with the advantage after winning A-main number 2. Bruno Coelho runs 2nd, Ronald Volker in 3rd. And we have Bruno Coelho available with the J-Concepts pit report and with Aaron Waldron. Take it away, Aaron.
We got Bruno Coelho here, just coming off of a 3rd place finish in A-main number 2. Got to win in A-main number 1, so you're pretty much a lock for the podium. Now is it all or nothing in A-main number 3?
So I do some mistakes and just stay in 3rd position.
Do you feel like you can afford to take more risks now?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
We have nothing to lose. We have to win the race only. It's easy.
The 2 drivers in front of you crashed in to start off A-main number 1, which allowed you a chance to go by for the win. You got a much cleaner start here in A-main number 2. If they get another clean start in A3, what can you do?
I try to push more and catch him. Just it.
The track temperature may drop before A-main number 3. Do you think that will help or hurt your chances?
Yeah, I think so.
You think it will help, or do you think it will hurt?
I think help me, but I think it's the same for all.
Did you think that the car was maybe as good in A-main number 2 as it was in A-main number 1?
No, the car is the same. The behavior of the car is the same, and Bruno drives very well. But they have made two small mistakes, and at this level we can make mistakes. It's so easy like that.
Do you plan on trying to attack early?
Yeah, of course.
Well, it sounds like we're going to have an absolutely exciting A-main number 3. Bruno Coelho with a chance at winning the World Championship from the 3rd spot on the grid. Good luck.
Thank you.
Aaron Waldron getting a chance to talk to Bruno Coelho, and yeah, it is full attack for A-main number 3 later this afternoon. Saying he's got nothing to lose, and you can see the stress in his face. Talking to him, he's in a position that not accustomed to. Lots of attention being paid to the Portuguese driver. His job not done yet for this week. He's got one more A main to contest later on this afternoon. Remington continues to circulate the track in J main number 2. He's the only one out there. So we're going to take a small break here, maybe pay some bills, and we'll be back momentarily here from the IFMAR ISTC World Championships in Kissimmee, Florida on liverc.com. So Remington with a dominating victory in J main number 2 as we bring up I main number 2. This will be Lee Pissell, Jake Danilchik, Dave Duncan, Anna Viskel, Michael Wise, Fred Kellner, Chris Hillier, Ken Miller, Mike Haswell, and Juraj Kalenchik. I main number 1 this morning was won by Dave Duncan in a great battle with Lee Pissell. Pissell finishes second. Kellner finished third. Hillier fourth, and Anna Viskel finished fifth. They're going to take the combined point scores from 2 mains to determine the winner overall. And cars are gridded up, just looking for corner marshals to get out there. Looks like Alexander Hagberg stepping up to help out in this one. Starting out front will be American Lee Pissell, followed by American Jake Danilchik and American Dave Duncan. Duncan, a persistent performance to win I main number 1 this morning. And corner marshals still not on the track. We see this happen at every single level of racing, even at the World Championships. The A main driver is not on the track yet for corner marshaling, as the I main number 1 is, or I main number 2 is up and ready to start. So we'll be in a small break here while we track that down. Underway, Pacell leads him out as he heads into the infield. Danilchik and Duncan give chase through the Omega for the first time. Ooh, Danilchik looking racy right off the bat, hounding Pacell as they go down the back straight through the sweeper. Through the boot first time, or second time for Pacell. Danilchik and Duncan, no drama on the start of this main. And we settle into I main number 2. Duncan pulling up on Danilchik, taking a look, trying to get that second spot. Dives to the inside through the short chute. Tight line around the Omega. Danilchik retains second. Down the straightaway. And back into the infield. Duncan getting a handle on these touring cars a little bit. He's got tight lines, trying to run down Danilchik through the Omega and around. Oh, Danilchik gets sideways. Duncan around the outside, and he moves to second. Danilchik, lots more horsepower than Duncan, had to check up at the end of the straightaway. So Duncan going to have to get it done on efficiency through the infield here as Danilchik pulls up, smacks Duncan, who spins out again. So Duncan's main coming apart here. Looks like he may have damaged the car, and that allows Chris Hillier to move up to the third spot. Meanwhile, Pacell has checked out. He is out of here. Danilchik chases in second. Hillier runs third. Pacell 2.9 seconds up on Danilchik already, and Danilchik 2 seconds up on Hillier, so not much racing going on in this one. This is I main number 2. Danilchik down the back straightaway through the sweeper and into the infield. Clipping a dot on the exit of the double apex right. Through the short chute. Checking lap times, Pacell 19.8, Danilchik 20.5, so Pacell's gap widens. Pacell looking good to win I main overall here at the World Championships. There he is, the green and the white down the back straight. Danilchik nowhere to be found in the frame. And cloud cover on the track here. Not in bright sunshine for the moment, at least, letting the asphalt cool down a little bit. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. A little temperature check action here in Kissimmee, Florida reveals that it's 88.2 degrees. Looks like Fred Kellner just going a lap down, trying to hang on to Pacell to lead him around the track, but he gets it wrong in the sweeper and on his lid. The gap between Pacell and Danilchik, a little over 2 seconds. 19.7 for Pacell on lap 12, 20.4 for Danilchik. Here's the fight for third between Hillier and Viskel. Anna Viskel found a bunch of performance in her car in qualifying round 6 this morning, and now trying to get on the podium in I main number 2. Anna chasing Chris Hillier. She's from Germany, the only female in the event. Nice entry to the infield. She's through the boot quickly. Pulls up on Hillier through the short chute. At the Omega. Little tap on the wall, but she continues unfazed. And drag race down the straightaway coming up. Hillier versus Viskel. Hillier in the black, green, and white. Viskel in the white and pink. Oh, around the outside as Hillier gets it wrong, entering the boot. And Hillier's gone. So Viskel marching forward. Pacell with a slow lap. The gap now 1 second between Pacell and Danilchik. Pacell looking slow. Looks like there might be something wrong with Pacell's car. Here comes Danilchik trying to overhaul him for the lead, although that is it. Pacell wins the main, just driving safety on that last lap. Danilchik finishes second, and Anna Viskel finishes third, so Lee Pacell will win after the two I main scores are tallied up. So he is your victor in the I main here at the World Championships. We're going to step away for a little break as the H main comes up, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, B5, 5M, touring cars, DC 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy Pops.
This is Derek from Photofirm. If you need a Photofirm buddy, hit up Superior Hobbies.
We return as drivers line up for H main number 2. This is Sean Schuta, Fernando Gordino, Uri Hoodie, Jeff Hastings, Stephen Boyce, Antonio Caroli, Michael Hanelick, Chris O'Donohue, Andrew Doherty, and Damian Giddens. H main number 1 was won by South Africans Sean Schuta. Antonio Caroli finished in the second spot, and Uri Hoodie finished in third. Let's see what happens in H main number 2 starting momentarily. Underway, Schuta leads him out. He's got a mirror full of Gordino right off the bat, though. Big carnage from 3rd through 10th on the entry to the infield. It's going to be Schuta, Gordino. Down the back straightaway. They left the rest of the field behind already. Michael Hanelick emerges in 3rd spot. Schuta and Gordino. Gordino, nice pass down the inside, but then loses traction on the corner exit. So Schuta remains out front. Gordino clocks the wall coming onto the straightaway. Schuta, the red, yellow, and white from South Africa, leads. Picking up a gap on Gordino. Gordino with a problem of some kind. He will fall down the order as Hastings moves up to the 2nd spot. Hanelick in tow. That fights for 2nd down the straightaway. These cars look very, very unstable. And there, Hastings gets it wrong. Hanelick moves to the 2nd spot. Hastings has a drift car. Stephen Boyce pulling up in the 4th spot to take a look at the top 2 cars. Down the straightaway, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, it is Hanelick, Hastings, and Boyce. Hastings with a nice drive on in the boot to pull up behind Hanelick, trying to get that 2nd spot. through the Omega, through the chicane, around the keyhole, through the switchback end, down the straightaway. Nice drive by Hastings. Unable to get by Hanelick, though, as they head back into the infield through the boot. Hastings having trouble getting into that boot properly. It's the first left-hand corner on the track, and the car protesting when he tries to go that direction. Hanelick and Hastings down the back straight with 3 minutes to go. Schutte steady as she goes out in front. Here comes Hastings once again on Hanelick. Can he make something happen? They're in the Omega. Little wall tap from Hastings. Switch back and straight away. Hastings had the line, could have grabbed the throttle, but had to check up because Hanelick was in his way. Oh, Hanelick goes wide in the boot. There goes Hastings, and there goes Boyce. So Jeff Hastings moves up to the second spot. He is 2.8 seconds behind Steven Schutte, though, or Sean Schutte. Stephen Boyce trying to track down Jeff Hastings for that second spot. Hanelick getting it wrong in the boot. Here's the fight for fourth now between Hanelick, Giddens, and Hoodie. Boyce getting it completely wrong in the left-hand side of the track. Hanelick trying to hold off Uri Hoodie. They touch. Hanelick retains the position, but oh, Hoodie, beep, beep, I'm going through. And he gives up a spot in that exchange to Antonio Caroli. And Hoodie might get a penalty for that because he drove right into the back of Hanelick. This is H-Main number 2 as we bring up a Tamiya instant replay of the collision between Hoodie and Hanelick. Hanelick in the yellow, Hoodie in the pink and white. Boom! Yeah, okay, thanks, bye. As Hoodie continues on. Looks like he has not been assessed a penalty. Big scrum behind Hanelick. That's O'Donohue, Giddens, and Gordino. Gordino starting second on the grid, but he fell back early and has not been able to recover as yet. Less than a minute to go. Hanelick battling with England's Chris O'Donohue. Down the back straight for Antonio Caroli and Uri Hoodie. Hoodie now holding off, trying to hold off and failing. 4 cars go flying by as he got it wrong at the keyhole in front of the driver's stand. And this scrum continues on for about the 5th or 6th spot. Final seconds ticking away as Schutte way out in front. He's got a 3.8 second gap on Hastings. Boyce runs third, Caroli runs fourth. So this is the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Clock has expired. They're racing to the line. Hanelick and O'Donohue. Hanelick taps O'Donohue, lets him go. So it's going to be Schutte winning again to claim the H-Main here at the World Championships. Schutte followed by Boyce. Caroli finishes third. Hastings fourth. Gordino fifth. O'Donohue sixth. Hanelick seventh. Doherty eighth. And Giddens finishes ninth. Uri Hoodie unable to complete his race after 13 laps of effort. Coverage of the IFMAR World Championships continues here on liverc.com. We're going to step away for a quick break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
From the World Championship winning team at HB comes the latest in a long line of groundbreaking, state-of-the-art racing chassis. We proudly present to you the Pro 5 Competition 110 scale four-wheel drive touring car. Using its vast knowledge of competition chassis design, the HB R&D team set out to create the next level touring car platform. The HB Pro 5 provides the driver with the ultimate level of stability and flow.
G-Main number 2 lining up here at the IFMAR World Championships. That's Jackie Schum, Daniel Zieber, Mike Haynes, Antoni Karetti, Gonzalo Cortez, Dennis Pichthel, Trin Tanangsak Shakul, Wojciech Rozwadowski, E.J. Evans, and Fangzhu Zhang. Taking a look at results from the first run of this main, it was Mike Haynes victorious over Gonzalo Cortez and Daniel Zieber. The Florida sun getting lower in the sky. The roof of the driver's stand no longer effective as the sun is right in the driver's eyes. Okay. This is G-Main number 2, Jackie Schum, Daniel Zieber, Mike Haynes, Antoni Karetti, Gonzalo Cortez, Dennis Pichthel, Trin Tanangsak Shakul, Wojciech Rozwadowski, E.J. Evans, and Fangzhu Zhang. Singapore, Germany, United States, Australia, Brazil, Thailand, Poland, and China represented in this main. Drivers are lined up, and we are underway. It's a scrum early on in this one. Schum crosses the line first, followed by Cortez, Zieber, Haynes, and Karetti. Jackie Schum in the blue, the yellow, and the white trying to hold off a field chasing him through the infield. Cortez, Zieber, and Haynes duking out the second spot. Problems for Schum. He will drop to fourth. It's a scrum. Zieber emerges in the lead, followed by Haynes. Zieber from Germany in the gray and the orange. Haynes in the green vehicle. And Cortez. Top three working their way through the infield on the short chute. 1 minute down. 4 to go. Tamiya instant replay coming up of the problems getting into the infield. You see Zieber and Cortez flashing past Jackie Schum. And now I show Mike Haynes out in front. Zieber with a problem, so we are back to where we were in round one with Cortez, a car that's evil handling, just trying to hang on to the thing as Zieber closes up to try to get second place back. Fight for second between Cortez and Zieber. Zieber down the inside, down the straightaway, and makes the pass. Heads in through the boot. Zieber from Germany, Gonzalo Cortez from the U.S. are now being shadowed by Antoni Karetti. Zieber, Cortez, and Karetti continue to contest the second place spot in this one. Haynes leads. He's down the straightaway. He's got a little bit of a gap over Zieber. .215 left in this one. Haynes in the green car, Zieber in the gray and the orange. Zieber starting to track down Haynes. He's down by 1.3 seconds last time across the stripe. Haynes continues to lead through the switchback down the back straight. Zieber chases. He's broken contact with Cortez and Karetti, still fighting for third with 1:40 to go. Haynes won the first one. If he can seal the deal in this one. He will win the G main overall here at the World Championships. He's down the back straight through the sweeper in the associated TC 6.2. Through the boot. Down the short chute. Zeeberg has problems at the boot. He will drop to fourth as Coretti will emerge in second spot. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. And it is green lights for the green car of Mike Haynes. Minute to go in this one. Haynes coming up on early leader. Jackie Schum having a nightmare main. Schum not showing much intention of letting the leader go. 40 seconds left to go, so about 2 laps, maybe 3, as Haynes continues to circulate with lapped car Jackie Schum in front of him. Haynes, Cortez, Evans, and Coretti is your running order as we near the end of this final. And Jackie Schum still not really giving way to the leader Haynes. Haynes does have a huge gap. Haynes down the straightaway through the sweeper. Final lap for him. The green and pink. Heading down the short chute. Through the Omega turn. And crosses the line to win G main number 2 rather. The fight to the line is for second, it looks like. E.J. Evans will finish up in the second spot. Coretti finishes third. Pichthel in the fourth spot. Cortez and Zhang finish up. Zeeber challenging early, fell apart at the latter stages of the main. Schum finishes up, and the rest of the field off of the track. That will do it for G main number 2, and we will have a surprise for you coming up momentarily.
Okay, so we're going to do BBC Racing, like Victor, Brandon, Charlie. BBC Racing Broadcast Studio. That's Studio B, and you'll see their logo on it. Okay. And then say we're going to be your guest host for the F main coming up. Yeah. We'll go a minute. Are you comfortable just talking back and forth? You've been to a bunch of races. Yeah. This is your first race you've been at. Just banter, have some fun. Okay. There's 2,400 guys watching this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's say, do you want to do a video?
Yeah, it'll be just those two right now, but then as soon as the race starts, you'll be back on headset with her guest announcing. She's been to Snowbirds a bunch, so she has a... I have no knowledge. But you've been to some races? But she just stands there and looks pretty fair. Just call off who's in the race, and they'll feed you lines. If you feed some lines, it's a try. Yeah. Okay. So then, where do you want us to do it? How about here for a minute? Okay, sure.
I'm too old to be doing something like that.
Good thing you wore those sneakers today. I saw you running. Oh, I can barely hear you. Oh, whoa. Hey. I have a lot of static. I can hear you breathing. Oh. What's that weird voice? Yeah. Should we let him back here first? Yeah.
Going to keep you in suspense. We'll bring that surprise to you later. Meanwhile, F2 main is on the track right now. Ethan Urchinger leads over David Airbar and Miko Tepanoya. We pick up Ethan Urchinger circulating the track from the United States through the Omega and the chicane and through with a flourish as Airbar closes up from Germany. And Airbar makes the pass on Urchinger. Airbar in that white car. About 1:40 down in this one. Urchinger chases. They have broken away from the rest of the field. It's the German Airbar versus the American Urchinger. Down the straightaway they go. And Urchinger regains the lead over Airbar. Leaders down the straightaway, Urchinger and Airbar. They have left the rest of the field behind and duking it out between themselves. This is F main number 2 and F main number 1. It was Urchinger winning over Airbar, so these two are back at it again. Urchinger in the silver, orange, and white, followed by Airbar in the white and green. A little over halfway through this one, 2:10 left to go. These two very evenly matched with 2 minutes left to go. Cyril and Vera not making the line. Cyril already back in his home state of Michigan after a confusion over flight times. Apparently his plane ticket was for today and he wasn't going to be able to participate in his finals. Urchinger picking up just a little bit of a gap over Airbar now. Airbar closes back up on Urchinger as they head through the boot. Down the short chute. Through the Omega. Urchinger getting a little wide at the carousel, but gathers it back up as he heads down the straightaway. 1 minute to go in this one as they come up on some lap traffic. It's going to be Hideo Kitazawa in front of the leaders here as they head onto the straightaway. Urchinger and Airbar still duking it out. If Airbar can win this main, he will win overall. 45 seconds left to go. Leaders in lap traffic, and lap traffic doing unexpected things. Urchinger gets it wrong. Airbar moves out in front with 30 seconds left to go. If he can win this main, he wins overall. Get a Tamiya instant replay of the problems for Urchinger. They're through the chicane. Lapper gets it wrong, gets Urchinger out of rhythm. He gets outside of the racing line and the car punishes him for it. And they're crashing again. Urchinger getting involved with the Lapper again. Airbar looked like he might have been right in front of him. This is the last lap right now. And Urchinger blasted to the outside. That will do it for his challenge to win this main. So Airbar, green lights to finish it up and win overall in the F main. brings it around in one piece and wins in F main number 2. Urchinger will finish up in the 2nd spot. Hillcoat 3rd, Hosoda 4th, Jasmine 5th, Haifeng Wang in the 6th spot, Hideo Kitazawa 7th, and Miko Tepanoya rounds out the field.
What's up, everybody? This is going to be really embarrassing. This is Jessica Barton and Ashley Gilbert in the BBC Racing broadcast studio. We're pretending to be reporters right now. I feel pretty cool. How about you?
Something like that.
Something like that. We're at the IFMAR Worlds, having a good time. I'm having a good time. How about you?
Well, it's a very hot day, but you know, I am
here.
having fun. You know, can't complain. It's pretty intense.
There's a lot of wrecks going on out there on the track. You guys need to be better drivers. Step it up if you want to get first place. But yeah, I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to try and announce on the next race, and let's see how I do. I'm going to just be a green car, red car, blue car, that car.
Don't judge her.
So everybody keep watching and wait for the embarrassment to begin.
Thanks, guys.
We return to LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. This is E-Main number 2 coming up with Ralph Birch, Felix Law, Thomas Pumpler, Francesco Martini, Mark Burt, Ben Cosgrove, Mikhail Orlovsky, Matt White, Viljami Kutvanen, and Stephen Weiss. Cars are gridded up, and I've got Jessica here with me to help me call this race.
Yes, I'm going to do a great job, right?
Absolutely. This is a non-judging place. You're in a safe place. Now that we have her microphone on, she'll do an even better job.
Yes, it's going to go great.
So we are underway.
I'm off to just as good a start as these guys.
Absolutely. Pretty clean start early on here. And what do you...
Oh, there. Oh, good job, guy.
Lands on his wheels and continues on.
Oh, no. Huge
problems on the back straight through the sweeper. Car went tumbling. That's got to be worthy of a Tamiya replay. And another car broken on the infield. So chaos early on here. Down the back straightaway. So when you got here and saw these cars running on the track for the first time in person, what was your impression?
I thought it was actually really cool, and I wanted to know what kind of qualifications I needed to be one of the resetters on the track. Because that's a lot of pressure for those guys to have to turn those cars around. Those guys are mad, you know, they want to get back in racing real quick.
They are. You got to be a racer in the event, and got to be on your toes. Probably don't want to be in heels when you do this.
I'm already out.
We continue on here with Felix Law grabbing the lead, followed by Stephen Weiss, Francesco Martini, and Ben Cosgrove.
So what's going on with that other guy on the track that looked like he was kind of weaving back and forth? Is the car okay?
Probably pulled off the track. We've already had 5 of the 10 cars off the track, so Orlovsky and Kutvanen fell by the wayside. Birch, Burt, and White didn't even make it to the line on the first lap. So it's been chaos, but Felix Law in our shot here in the orange and white car leads. Pulling up results from the first of two mains, we saw Francesco Martini won over Pumpler and Weiss. Felix Law was buried down in the 5th spot, so now that he's leading in this one, if he succeeds, it's going to make the final result of these two mains interesting. I'm not sure where he'll end up. Earlier winner Martini runs in the 3rd spot, Pumpler runs in 4th, and Weiss runs in 2nd. So right now it looks like Weiss has the best chance of winning overall in this incredibly confusing method of scoring races that IFMAR's come up with.
Oh my goodness. Are all these cars going to be on the same playing field? Like I saw them all in tech. Is
Correct.
it pretty much going to come down to the driver?
Yep, comes down to the driver and how well they have their car prepared for this track. These guys have had trouble finding traction at various times of the day. Usually during the middle of the day like this when it's the hottest, they have the least amount of grip. Although this morning the first A main drivers had trouble with grip as well, but these guys look like they have a pretty good handle on things. This is Stephen Weiss from Germany trying to track down Felix Law. Now, Jessica, I've heard you've been to Snowbirds. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, I've gone to Snowbirds, maybe 9 years in a row I've been going.
Okay.
And it's just crazy. I've tried to drive one of these cars once on the oval track, and I couldn't go more than like 2 inches. It was horrible. I'm really bad at this. I definitely envy their coordination, and this is hard. It's really hard.
Yep, these guys make it look easy, but if you've never done it before, it's definitely not intuitive. Takes some practice to get these things around the track. And you're used to a much smaller track on carpet in a hotel room where the air conditioning works, right?
Oh yeah, it is very hot out here. So they've got a lot of different conditions working for them as far as the track goes and how they feel up there too. Sweating right now, probably wanting to wipe the sweat from their brow, but they can't.
Absolutely, yeah, they're a little bit busy right now.
They sure are.
At Snowbirds, do you have a favorite class that you've watched so far?
I mean, I always like the touring cars. They're so fast, and the way that they just whip around those corners and everything. And the fun part about that course too is that it is small. So like really at the beginning, at that start, it is just either they all crash at once and they got to restart, or I don't know. It's just it can be so crazy to watch them. Like literally everyone wrecks at once.
Yep. Yep. Very tight confines on indoor carpet tracks in general.
It's kind of like a NASCAR race. It's like you go there to watch the wrecks. I love to see those cars flying.
Yep, absolutely. So Felix Law got this one under control with 20 seconds left on the clock. He's down the back straight. It is Felix Law followed by Stephen Weiss, Francesco Martini, and Thomas Pumpler. Stephen Weiss running in the 2nd spot stands to be the one to win the G main or the E main overall. Day's getting away from me here. And final lap now for Felix Law. I want to thank him for bringing me some sweet stickers earlier this morning. He did find more power, and he's got enough grip to get the win in E-Main number 2, and he crosses the line to finish up. Weiss will finish up 2nd, Martini 3rd, and Pumpler in the 4th spot.
All right, congratulations to all those guys. Good job.
All right, we're going to step away and take a little break and pay some bills. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships will continue after these messages. Coverage continues in the afternoon here in Kissimmee, Florida at the IFMAR ISTC World Championships. I'm Marshall Scarry back on the microphone with my face for radio as Jessica and Ashley take off to tend to other things. This is Nicola Moroni, Dominic Fogel, Marco Kaufman, Alexandra Laurent, Charlie Putiotin, Martin Hoodie, Kevin Hebert, Cyril Ndiaye, Shavit Salagupta, and Chris Adams. 30 seconds away from the start of D-Main number 2 here at the World Championships. D-Main number 1 was won by Marco Kaufmann, followed by Nicola Moroni, Martin Hudi, and Cyril Ndiaye. Let's see what happens in D-Main number 2 as the cars are on the grid ready to go. Yeah. Underway with D-Main number 2. Moroni leads out with a loose car, being chased by Fogel and Kaufmann. Clean start for these guys, running in close proximity. Wow. Looks like Charlie P went spinning on lap number 1. Track looks greasy for these guys. Not much grip out there as Moroni continues to lead with Fogel on his tail. Kaufmann and Laurent in the 3rd and 4th spots. Down the straightaway for the leaders. The all-white car of Italy's Nicola Moroni leads out. Green and white Austrian Dominic Fogel chases in the 2nd spot, and down the inside Marco Kaufmann makes the pass. Heading down the straightaway into the infield. Nice pass by Kaufmann. Kaufmann trying to march his way forward. He won the first of these mains. He gives chase, as you can see the sheen off of the asphalt as the sun gets lower in the sky here in Florida. Moroni, Kaufmann, and Fogel with a minute and a half down. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all in your frame. Here comes Kaufmann closing up on Moroni. Down the back straight, and Fogel still in, trying to get that 2nd place spot back from Kaufmann. Leaders down the back straight one more time. A little over halfway through this one. Moroni, Kaufmann getting racy, looking for a place to go. He's getting better acceleration from corner to corner than Moroni is. Through the keyhole, the switchback and the back straightaway. Kaufmann gives up a little bit of room. Fogel's right there trying to get that 2nd place spot away. Front of the driver stand through the short chute, through the Omega. Moroni opening up just a little bit of a gap as Kaufmann trying to defend from Fogel. Clips the dot, continues on his way. Fogel's right there. They're down the straightaway through the sweeper. Fogel trying to find an opening through the short chute. Kaufmann making that car 6 feet wide. Oh, Fogel gets a wrong, clips a dot, and that will allow Hudi through. Slovakia's Martin Hudi, engineer at X-Ray, now trying to chase down Marco Kaufmann for the 2nd spot. Tamiya instant replay coming up of Dominic Fogel's troubles. He's that bright green, yellow, and white car. Turns in early, clips the dot, smacks the wall. There goes Martin Hudi. Moroni still fending off Kaufmann. If Moroni can win this one, Kaufmann gets it wrong. Hudi moves through for 2nd place. So now Moroni, if he can win this main, he wins overall in the D main at the World Championships. Hudi and Kaufmann now locked in battle for that 2nd spot. Tamiya instant replay coming up of Kaufmann's error. Here comes Kaufmann in the Omega. Turns in a touch too early, clips the board in just the right way, and the car tumbles. Oh, Kaufmann and Hudi get together. Kaufmann gets the worst of that one, and Fogel back up to 3rd. Fogel, aggressive on the throttle, blast past Hootie through the switchback. I think that's the first pass I've seen in that section all week. So Fogel to second. Hootie runs third. Kaufmann fourth. Maroney out front is gone. The fight is on for second now between Dominic Fogel and Martin Hootie down the back straight. 15 seconds left on the clock. They're going to go for this lap plus one more. Fogel drifting around the keyhole in front of the driver's stand. They're at the Omega turn. Hootie right on the inside barrier. Fogel gets it wrong coming out of the straightaway, but Hootie gets it wrong worse. And so Kaufmann inherits third. Fogel around the Omega one more time to finish up his World Championship event, finishing second in the second D main. It's Maroney, Fogel, Kaufmann, Putiotin emerges for fourth. Hootie in the fifth spot, Laurent sixth. Hebert seventh, Adams eighth, and DA ninth, and Salagupta 10th. So those 10 drivers are now done for the week. Let's step away for a moment and pay some bills. We will be right back after these messages.
VRC Pro is your RC racing sim for endless training and racing. Super realistic electric on-road racing on tracks like Eppelheim, Colegno, Himstede, Bangkok, Orlando, and more. Learn setup, improve race control, meet 100,000 other racers. This is VRC Pro, and it is free to play. Go to vrcpro.com and sign up today.
LiveRC.com's continuing coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Nearing the end of the event, this is race 19 of 21 today, the C2 main of International Scale Touring Car. It's been a long journey. The story is not done yet. A main racing will go to the third contest. 1,800 users online. Welcome to you all, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage that we're bringing to you from the Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. This is going to be Andrew Hardman, Frederick Zudoff, Loic Jasmine, Juho Levinan, Simon Nicholson, Mark Fisher, Ollie Jeffries, Colin Price, Takayuki Kono, and Chris Granger. Cars are lined up. It was Zudoff victorious in the first round of these mains, followed by Levinan and Kono. Underway, Andrew Hardman sitting in the TQ spot. Had a problem early on in the main first time around and fell to the back of the line. He wants to make amends this time around in that orange and green car, making the trip from Canada. He's going real fast down the back straight, eh? Back into the infield. Using a well-known process to get around the track quickly. The fight's on for second between Zudoff and Jasmine. They get together. Jasmine makes the pass. No, I take that back. Loic right back down the order. So Zudoff down to the back of the line after getting tagged by Jasmine. And Hardman out in front and breaking away. Here's the fight for second. 5 cars duking it out. It's Nicholson, Price, Kono, and Granger. Trouble's coming onto the straightaway. Cars trying to sort this one out at high speed. Hardman leads, Nicholson second, Price third, Jeffries fourth, Kono in fifth. Nicholson making the trip from Australia, running second, trying to chase down the Canadian out in front. Brits Colin Price and Ollie Jeffries duking it out for third place, coming down that back straight. Price in the orange and white, Jeffries in the yellow and white. We continue on with some fierce action for the third spot here as Takayuki Kono moves up to the fourth spot. He's trying to get by Price. Has some motor in that ride. Just about tags Price on the exit of the infield entrance. And we continue on. Price, Kono, and Jeffries fighting for third down the back straight. Jeffries gets it wrong. He will fall to the wayside. And now it is Price versus Kono. Price from the UK, Kono from Japan. Nicholson from Australia continues to circulate in the second spot, just out in front of these guys. And Hardman way up the road, 1.9 seconds up on Nicholson. C-Main 1 winner Sudoff stuck down in the sixth spot. This race taking shape, it turns into a battle for third between Colin Price and Takayuki Kono. Price starting to ease away to try to consolidate his third place position. And now Colin Price starting to pull up on Simon Nicholson for that second spot. That fight's down the straightaway. Here comes Price. Nicholson just trying to keep it together and keep moving forward. And Kono still not done with Price for that third spot. 120 left to go in this one. C-Main number 2 on the track. Kono through the sweeper, pulling up on Price again. Drivers very evenly matched as we head up towards these upper mains like this. Granger trying to do something with Kono for that fourth spot. Meanwhile, this fight for second still rages on between Nicholson and Price. Price has been easing up on Nicholson. Price picks up 0.6 of a second on the last lap. They are almost in contact with 40 seconds to go in this one. Hardman, long gone, 3.2 seconds up the road. We will not see him again as we focus in on this fight for second between Nicholson and Price. Nicholson pulling away just a touch. 15 seconds to go on the clock. They're going to take this lap plus one more. Nicholson in the pink, the blue, and the white. Hardman backing it down just to finish up cleanly. He's on his last lap. The red and yellow car of Andrew Hardman from Canada wins C-Main number 2. Nicholson hangs on for second. Price will finish up in the third spot. And Sudoff finishes fourth. Jasmine fifth. Kono sixth. Fisher off the track after 14 laps. Granger, Jeffries, and Lebanon also unable to finish. The second to last main of the entire week. Coming up next, B main number 2. We're going to step away and take a little break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hey guys, if you're looking for Team Associated products, V5, V5M, touring cars, 6.2, Superior Hobbies is the place to go.
Check out Superior Hobbies for CLC and Tommy parts.
This is Derek from Protofirm. If you need a Protofirm buddy, hit up Superior Hobbies.
Welcome back to our Continuing and nearly done coverage of the ISTC World Championships here from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. I'm Marshall Scari, and we are 2 races away from determining a world champion. This is the B main number 2, Hayato Matsuzaki, Paul Lemieux, Christopher Kropp, Yannick Prumper, Nicholas Lee, Andy Moore, J.J. Wang, Rick Howart, Elliot Harper, and Scotty Gray. In B main number 1, it was Matsuzaki winning over Kropp and Lemieux. These guys put on a great show for us earlier today. We're hoping that they'll do the same as we watch them get set to go on the VRC Pro Track Cam. LiveRC.com's coverage is brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. Looks like we may not have Paul Lemieux for this main. No, there he is. He's pulling up to his grid spot right now. It's Yokomo versus X-Ray versus Kyosho at the front of this one. Matsuzaki in the Yokomo. Lemieux in the X-Ray, Kropp in the Yokomo. Drivers are lined up. We are nearly set to go. Perhaps. Oh. Here we go. I can hear the announcer calling them down, getting ready to go. B main is underway. Matsuzaki leads him out. Lemieux tried to get a look on the inside right away, but wasn't able to take advantage. Nice start for the field as we go to the VRC Pro Track Cam, watching the field stream by on lap number 1. No incidents on lap 1. Matsuzaki trying to make a break for it from Lemieux. And they run in order after 2 laps. Matsuzaki in the Yokomo, 2007 IFMAR 2-wheel drive off-road world champion, being chased by multiple American national champion Paul Lemieux. Down the back straightaway for the leaders. They are about a half a second apart. The fight is on for third between Kropp and Prumper. We zoom in on that action. Kropp in the white and orange, Prumper in the white and yellow. Down the back straight for those drivers. Meanwhile, Lemieux pulling up on Matsuzaki. Almost within contact. They're at the Omega. Nice line for Lemieux through the Omega. Gathers up a few more feet. And we are down the back straightaway with Matsuzaki and Lemieux. Early on in this one, Lemieux looking to the inside of Matsuzaki. Matsuzaki got loose, and Lemieux takes advantage. Hopefully, IFMAR does not see that as an intentional takeout. I've only seen 1 penalty called in the entire event. Hopefully, Lemieux is not the second one I see, because that looked to me like a racing deal. Let's take a look at it again with the Tamiya instant replay. Matsuzaki gets loose on the exit of the boot. Lemieux just happened to be there as Matsuzaki pinched down trying to save the slide. Lemieux still leads, so it looks like they've not called him in. Kropp now pulls up in the second spot trying to take that lead away. And Prumper in the third spot. Lemieux down the back straightaway. He had a chance to get to the A main as late as qualifier number 6. Wasn't quite able to come up with the run that he needed. And so he's going to try to take away a win. Oh, he does get a penalty. Okay, Lemieux gets called for a stop and go, which I guess I would question, but he pulls back in third spot. So he chases Prumper, trying to get second back. Matsuzaki runs in the 4th spot now. And it is Kyosho's Christopher Kropp, the only Kyosho factory driver at the event, leading B main number 2. Prumper trying to fend off Paul Lemieux. Prumper in the green and white. Lemieux trying to find a place to get by. 140 left to go in this one. Kropp easing away from this fight for second. Prumper with a mistake. Coming to the Omega. Here comes Lemieux. They get together. And Matsuzaki trying to get in there to get up to second. Does not succeed. See J.J. Wang in the mix now as well. So this one suddenly got mixed up. This is the fight for second in front of your screen. 5 cars trying to figure this one out. Prumper trying to hold off Matsuzaki and Wang. Lemieux drops down in the order now. Kropp driving away saying, you guys fight. I'm fine with that. I'll just go out here and drive my car. We follow the 5-way fight for second. Matsuzaki trying to get past Prumper. Wang, Lemieux, and Howard give chase. 40 seconds left to go in the second to final race of the entire week. Through the infield, Matsuzaki on Prumper. They are running down Christopher Kropp. Who's going to win this thing? It could be one of 6 guys right now. 35 seconds to go. Matsuzaki trying to get past Prumper. They're through the Omega. Kropp now right in front of him as well. Matsuzaki inside pass on the straightaway and somehow loses drive, makes a hero pass getting onto the straightaway, but Prumper prevails. Time passes and Kropp will cross for the win. Prumper finishes second, Lemieux third. Wang finishes fourth, Gray in fifth, Matsuzaki in sixth. Matsuzaki with the hero pass in the most difficult corner on the track, that entrance to the straightaway, got by and then his car suddenly locked up. Great way to end up the B mains here. And Christopher Kropp will win the B main altogether as he finished second in round one. Look at how flat that car is. Matsuzaki gets waffle stomped. Look at the car. The body turned completely inside out. Womp womp. At least it was symmetrical. Final race for the entire week coming up next. A main number 3. We are going to decide a world champion in about 7 minutes. Bruno Coelho won this morning in A1. Matsukura won in A main number 2. So it is basically 3, well, possibly 4, as Matsukura, Folker, Coelho, and Reinhard all in with a possible shot at this.
The tiebreaker for this, of course, is the combined times of each driver's 2 best finishes. So the third main doesn't matter. If you have one bad finish, you still have a shot at winning this thing. We know that Reinhard had some pretty bad trouble here in A main number 2, but with his second place finish from A main number 1, if he wins this thing and puts in a fast enough time to win the combined time tiebreaker, Reinhard could win a 4th IFMAR World Championship.
It is possible. He's going to need a little help, but we're going to find out as these cars get lined up. Naoto Matsukura will start from the front of the field, followed by Ronald Folker, Bruno Coelho, Mark Reinhard, Victor Wilk, Atsushi Hara, Akio Subue, Alexander Hagberg, Mean V, and Ulyss Groskamp. No clue who's winning this thing. It's going to be a battle to the finish as the light begins to get difficult for these guys. It's getting in their eyes on the driver's stand. The sun's getting low. The track has cooled off, though, a little bit, so hopefully these guys have good grip so we can get a clean start and a good fight all the way to the finish.
The cooler track temperatures are going to allow the drivers to drive a little bit harder. I think that this race comes down to the first couple of corners. If Matsukura and Volker can get away cleanly, we saw in A main number 2, no one really had anything for him. So if the teammates can get out of this, not cause a mess like they did in A main number 1, it's going to be interesting to see if Coelho can chase them down. But really, I think this is Matsukura's race to lose. And they're off here with A main number 3.
The false start.
Ooh, someone potentially going to the back of the grid.
False start. Did not see who it was. I know Folker did not move. So we're going to reset the grid here. Yokomo trying to win their first Touring Car World Championship since 2000 with Atsushihara. 14-year drought. Trying to bring it to an end here in Florida. Checking the grid as they reset the cars.
We'll have to wait for an official word from IFMAR to see if there's a penalty for that jump start. Unfortunately, not much of a way for us to know from the BBC Racing Broadcast Center here. We'll try to get an official word from the scoring, timing and scoring booth as soon as possible. But it looks like the cars are lined up on the grid for another shot at the start of A-Main number 3.
Looks like they may have just been using a warning for the first jump start on the drivers. The grid looks the same as it did before. And we are about to begin.
A-Main number 3 off to a much cleaner start here. Matsukura getting a good jump. Volker right behind him in the second spot, and Coelho trying to stay close. Looks like through the center of the track on lap number 1. Coelho making a mistake here through the chicane. That's going to put Reinhardt up to 3rd. That's exactly what the 3-time former champion needed. Let's see if he can chase down now the teammates as Matsukura and Volker starting to get away.
Very clean, kind of undramatic start. Matsukura leads over Volker. Reinhardt in the 3rd spot. Teammate Wilk behind him. Coelho drops to 5th. He's got a racy car. He's looking to try to get past Wilk as quickly as possible as they head into the boot. Oh, Coelho using every last fraction of an inch on the track to try to find a way by Wilk. Wilk having nothing of it. Hopefully trying to help out Reinhardt get away and chase down the leaders. Coelho down the inside on the straightaway does not get the drive that he needs.
The white, yellow, and orange X-ray car of Bruno Coelho with all sorts of pace over Victor Wilk. He's been faster than Victor all race long. Victor doing an excellent job of driving defensively. Unfortunately, that's just going to let Reinhardt get away. I think it's only a matter of time before Bruno makes the pass. Looks to the inside down the straightaway, and he's going to make the pass here in the double apex right. Excellent move from the Portuguese driver.
Great move by Coelho as he sets his sights on Mark Reinhardt in the 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Matsukura and Volker are gone. They are up the road.
Still following the battle for 3rd here. Reinhardt with Coelho now right behind him. And, oh man, it almost looked like Reinhardt simply let Bruno go. Perhaps the 3-time world champion thought the Portuguese driver would overheat his tires there, but he went wide, very wide here in the right-hand corner in front of the track, and the Portuguese driver slipped to the inside. Now we're on battle with the race for the lead.
We turn our attention to Matsukura and Volker. Matsukura gets it wrong. Volker almost gets by, but they touch. And so the stations remain the same. Matsukura leads now with a tiny gap over teammate Volker.
Very rare that a mistake works out better for the driver that crashed, but Volker nowhere to go, bounces off of Matsukura's car. Naoto with absolutely no obligation to stop. After all, he was the one that crashed in the first place, and Matsukura drives out of that with a bigger lead than he had before.
Yep, he stretches out a lead on Volker. Coelho runs in the 3rd spot, out of contact with the front 2. Although, we're going to keep a track of lap times here and see how this plays out. Matsukura 17.5, Volker 17.3, Coelho 17.6, Coelho 2.5 seconds behind the leader.
That mistake from the leaders, though, did allow Coelho to close up 1.4 seconds, narrow up the gap a little bit. He's still got a lot of work to do. Matsukura this time by 17.7. Volker a little bit faster, 17.5, closes within 0.7 of a second.
We follow the leaders through the infield, down the short chute, and into the Omega turn. It is Matsukura and Volker. Coelho starting to run them down. He goes 0.3 faster than Matsukura on the last lap, so he is chipping into this lead little bit by little bit. It looks like he has a chance to make contact with 1:30 left to go in this one.
It's going to come down to the wire here. Matsukura with a rear view mirror full of Ronald Volker. The German perhaps starting to mount a little bit of a charge here. Nearly identical lap times last time by, and just less than 0.8 of a second apart. Looks like Volker faster here on lap number 13. We'll see what the lap times are when they come by the line through the Omega corner, and
Volker now all over Matsukura, heading toward the back straightaway. Volker made up 0.3 of a second last lap. The gap now less than 0.2, and Volker looking for a way by his teammate.
Looks like Coelho had some mistake on that last lap. He has broken contact again. Volker trying to find some place to pass on Matsukura. This is not easy to do. Matsukura is so fast. They're down the straightaway through the sweeper into the infield.
Volker
right
all
there.
over Matsukura, looking for a way by. Now to doing everything he can to drive defensively, driving behind him now with 40 seconds left to go. They're on just started lap number 15. They'll make it by for 18. So 3 more laps as they head down to the back straightaway. Volker looking to the inside through the first double apex right, but Matsukura all the way on the inside boards. If Volker wants to get something done here, he's going to need a mistake or an opening from Matsukura.
They're going to go for 2 more laps here as Volker so close to a world championship he can taste it. He's got the leader right out in front of him. They head into the infield.
Matsukura had a much better run onto the straightaway again this lap. That's where Volker's been losing time all race long.
Volker pulls up at the Omega corner. There's Coelho out of nowhere all of a sudden as we go into the last lap. What's going to happen here? Matsukura and Volker down the straightaway through the sweeper in the infield.
The inside in the double apex right-hand corner. Just a couple corners left to go. That may have cost Volker the race, though. Matsukura with a little bit of a gap, and now Matsukura is the world champion.
That
run out and
is-
meet him at the bottom of the driver's stand.
That is it. There goes Aaron Waldron to get our interview with our brand new world champion, Naoto Matsukura. Rebounding from disappointment in the 12 scale world championship event. Chased to the line all the way by his teammate Ronald Volker. Bruno Coelho finishes up in the 4th spot as Reinhard pips him to the line after a bad last lap by Coelho. Grosskamp finishes in the 5th spot. There is Matsukura getting the accolades and the pictures. Thumbs up to the camera. He has done it. He's a world champion in 12 scale 3 times in a row. Lost the world championship title in 12 scale earlier this week and comes back to become victorious for the first time in Sedan. We're getting ready for a J Concepts pit report with Aaron Waldron. He is getting set for the interview right now. We will be talking to him in just a moment. Matsukura, what a drive from the Japanese.
Yep.
We are set to go with the J Concepts pit report. Aaron Waldron, take it away.
We're up on the driver's stand here with Naoto Matsukura. You promised Mark Reinhardt after the 12 scale Worlds you were going to win the touring car world champion, and you did it.
Yes, I'm happy. Amazing. Yeah.
This is, I believe, the 4th world championship you've won, but the first in the touring car division. How tough was it?
Sorry.
Very difficult?
Yes, difficult.
The Yokomo team had an incredible week. This is the first time they've won the world championship in this class since 2000. How happy are you to make this happen for Yokomo?
Yes, I'm happy and Yokomo happy. Yeah.
You get to share this with your mechanic, Robert Ito, helping you all week long.
Thank you. Only thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And how much does this mean to you to win this race?
10. What?
How important was this to you?
How
important was this for you to win this race?
This?
It's a very big deal?
Yes. Sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
You want to say anything to your Japanese fans at home?
日本の皆さん遅くまでありがとうございました。日本代表して、ビッグ大会の、ツーリングで勝てることができました。本当に、応援してくれた、ファンの皆さん、そして、チームヨコモの皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。あと支えてくれた、家族にも本当に感謝してます。ありがとうございました。
Congratulations, Naoto Matsukura, 2014 ISTC World Champion. Back to Marshall in the booth.
Thanks, Aaron. So that is our final answer. There were so many questions going into that last A main. Could Naoto hang on for the win? Could Volker make it happen? Could Coelho make it happen? In the end, it's Naoto Matsukura from Japan driving for Yokomo who wins the deal, winning in A mains number 2 and 3. press getting their pictures now with our brand new world champion. And that ends the racing for a thrilling week of action. Here in Kissimmee, Florida, earlier in the week, we were over in Largo on the western side of the state to contest the 12th scale World Championship. That was won by Mark Reinhardt. Here comes Matsukura down the stand. Finally able to check in with all of those who helped make it possible for him to win this World Championship title.
Eric, who was second?
Don't go away yet. We have more J-Concepts pit reports to provide for you. Aaron Waldron is down in the pits right now looking for his next target. LiveRC.com's coverage of the IFMAR ISTC World Championships has been brought to you by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Live Time. My name is Marshall Scari. I'm coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Instant replays have been provided by Tamiya. The track cams have been provided by VRC Pro. We're looking at the one on the driver's stand right now. Aaron Waldron is down in the pits right now to get our J-Concepts pit reports. He's found Ronald Volker, and we are set to go with that interview. Aaron Waldron, take it away.
We have IFMAR ISTC World Championship runner-up Ronald Volker. So close. Oh, you finished third overall. I believe they said you were second?
Oh, I have two, and Bruno has 1 and 3.
I think they said that you beat him on tiebreaker.
No, tiebreaker is 3. It doesn't matter.
Whatever. You came so close yet again to another world championship, so you got to wait another 2 more years.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to F3, and my car was better. I drove as good as I can. I was really happy with my driving, and I tried. I came close, and obviously.
We talked about before the race that passing was going to be really difficult, and unfortunately Naoto just never left the door open.
Well, he crashed just in front of me. But he was on the racing line, struggling on the racing line, so I crashed into him and went out of shape. So I had to close the gap by a second, which I did. And in the end, I tried and almost got him. But well, of course, now, like 5 minutes after the race, I'm very disappointed. But tomorrow is the next day.
What were you thinking when that whole thing went down? He bounced off the boards. He really had nowhere to go, and then, as it turned out, he ended up with a bigger lead than what he had.
Yeah, after he touched the board and left me like a second behind, I pushed as hard as I can. I was happy with that, how I was able to close up. Like, I went tight and quick, and drove better lines than in A2. And Bruno behind me was also like catching up, so we were on a better pace to Naoto. And once he lost his car in the last lap, Bruno, I was trying to move. Because if I crash Naoto, even not on purpose, like, I mean, even if I, like in the last lap, when nobody's behind you, you try something, like I did. And I went to him, went inside, and it didn't happen. When Bruno was behind me all the time, I couldn't really try a pass. Like I wouldn't. Of course, I didn't want to lose Yokomo World title. So after I saw Bruno losing his car in the last lap, I gave all. I tried. There are not many spots where you can pass, so I almost got him. So that's my A3 summary.
Just regroup and come back in 2 years, right?
That's the plan.
Well, excellent job here this weekend. Of course, still waiting for that first World Championship, but an excellent trip here to Florida.
Thank you.
It's Ronald Volker finishing on the podium at another ISTC World Championships, still looking for that first world title.
Thank you, Aaron. Getting a chance to talk to Ronald Volker. Disappointing finish for him, not to get on the top step of the podium, but still. His week was so good. He was fast through practice, fast through qualifying, nearly up front in the mains. Not quite enough to get it done. He tried to make the hero move on the at the end of the A3 main. He got to the inside of Naoto on the entrance to the infield, but got in too hot and drifted wide, which allowed Naoto to duck back underneath and drive on to win in A main number 3 and clinch the world title. More Jay Conso's pit reports coming up here shortly with Aaron Waldron. We are moving our way through the pits right now to find our next target to talk to. A main number 3 final results. Naoto Matsukura wins after a spirited challenge by Ronald Folker. Mark Reinhard nips to the line in 3rd spot in front of Bruno Coelho, who had a bad last lap. Coelho finished up in the 4th spot. Grosskamp in the 5th. Victor Wilk in the 6th spot. We are ready with another J Concepts pit report with news. Well, we are almost ready with another pit report. We'll do that in a moment here. So continuing the rundown. We are set to go, truly, with the pit report now with Aaron Waldron. Aaron, take it away.
Bruno Coelho in his first ISTC World Championship podium. He had the win in A main number 1. Didn't quite make it up front to contend for the win in A2 and A3, but still got to be very happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy, very happy. I do one mistake in the start, and I fight to the finish, but I don't.
You said that your goal coming into this race was just to make the final. So how difficult was it to concentrate when you're racing up front?
It's very difficult. In Portugal, we don't have this competition, and I need more of this.
And for you, Caesar, you got to be just extremely happy how this whole week turned out.
Of course I am. And I think all world is the same. But Bruno is a very young guy, and he has the fruit in front. And they have done a very excellent work for this race. We don't have the conditions you have in America, and we try and work a lot to improve, to achieve the best result possible, and here the result of our work. It's 12 years working for this. It's amazing. It's amazing.
You had a great run at the European Championships, TQ'd, made a couple of mistakes and finished second. Up front, again, here in this race, land on the podium at the Worlds. You don't get to come back to this race under the radar. People are going to be looking at you to win this in 2 years.
Yeah. I just need to learn and practice and do the same. Just fight for the win.
And it's going to be nice to come back with people expecting you to run up front in 2 years' time.
Yeah, sure.
Bruno Coelho, spectacular job here at the ISTC World Championships, finishing on the podium overall. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
There's Bruno Coelho. Fantastic run here for the Portuguese driver.
Thank you, Aaron. Having a chance to talk to Bruno Coelho from Portugal. Those who know him say that they are not surprised at all. And he was the story of this meeting, rising to very high levels here in sedan racing. And making his name known worldwide now, as he had a shot at winning the world title, had a shot at TQ. And we found out during the event that he was a last-minute addition by X-Ray. Another J Consos pit report coming here shortly. Aaron Waldron prowling the pits. We have a target in mind. Just got to track him down. The sun dropping low in the sky. It is almost 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Coverage of the IFMAR World Championships on liverc.com has been made possible by Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime. VBC Racing has provided the broadcast center for us this week. Tamiya has provided us the instant replays. And VRC Pro has provided the track cams, one of which we're taking a look at right now. Got some more Jane Consum's pit reports for you momentarily here. We've got a guy lined up that we'll have for you in just a moment. Aaron Waldron prowling the pits. See the wind finally coming up here in Florida. Air was calm this morning. Hopefully this wind did not affect the drivers too badly during their mains. Got another J Concepts pit report coming up with Aaron Waldron. Aaron, take it away.
We're standing here in the Yokomo pits with Ronald Volker's mechanic, Umino Yukihiro. It's an incredible week so far.
Worked too very hard, but feeling good.
The Yokomo team has worked together very well all week long, and you guys finished first and second. First World Championship in 14 years, and it's got to feel good.
Very, very long time we got World Championship. I'm so happy.
How long have you been working together with Ronald?
Working with Ronald 5 years. I'm working touring car for Yokomo 10 years. This place started 10 years ago.
You guys came here with a brand new prototype car, but you had a lot of practice time here earlier in the year, and it looked like from the first time the cars hit the track, you guys were the class of the field.
Yes. Sure, of course.
Has it really set in yet? I mean, this is a big accomplishment.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations so much.
Thank you very much.
World Championship mechanic here, Umino Yukihiro. Congratulations.
Thanks, Aaron. Getting a chance to talk to the man who knows Ronald Folker's car best, his mechanic, Umino Yukihiro. Yokomo converting on another world championship in touring car, their first in 14 years. So and some of these drivers moving on to Las Vegas in a few days to contest the International Indoor Championship. Live RC will be there as they go from asphalt to carpet. Another J Concepts interview coming up with Robert Ito. Aaron, take it away.
Yokomo team manager here, Robert Ito. They had a great group of kids all week long. Everyone drove excellent together. All the mechanics were on the ball from day number one. We walk away out of here with a first and second place finish at the World Championships.
It's been a long time coming. We've been at this for quite a few years now, and it's our first championship in 10 years. So it feels good. We put a lot of work into the program, and we've got a really strong team. And without, these guys coming from all over the world and basically promoting our products worldwide, we couldn't be doing this. So, our heartfelt thanks go out to all our customers out there and, all our guys running our products. So, yeah, we're really thankful.
Is it difficult coordinating a team that is based in Japan? You have drivers from Germany, England that are here, American drivers from all over the world, and everyone has to come together, but everyone work together like a well-oiled machine all week.
Yeah, that's something we always strive for. Despite the cultural and language barriers, they're all racers at heart, and they have the same objective. And it's one of those things where I think, once you get them into the whole routine of kind of working together as friends, it just kind of naturally gels together. And it's something we've got some good momentum going, and we want to keep it going. So yeah, it's worked out pretty well for us.
What were you thinking in AMA number one when Naoto and Ronald came together and everything that you guys have been working for several days just came crashing apart in 10 feet?
Yeah, my first thought was, really, guys? And then, but it's racing, and they obviously have the first main jitters like everyone else does, and I think the track itself was a little bit dusty to begin with, so it's kind of hard to stay under control when you're racing that tight, and especially if the track's loose, it's hard to check up. So I don't think there's any funny business going on. It's just a racing incident, and but it's one of those things you just kind of have to persevere and just never give up and just kind of keep your focus till the end.
And then on the other side of that, going into AMA number 3, the two of them check out. It's clearly a battle for the win between the two of them. I'm sure you have a difficult time not playing favorites, but it had to be hard not to just want to jump out of your skin.
It's one of those things, if they were arch enemies, it wouldn't be a big deal, but they're great friends. So you kind of try to put yourself in their shoes, and it's such a coveted title, and to have it within that close within reach, I'm pretty sure it's tough for them to sort of hold back. But they understand each other pretty well and respect each other, and so I think they kind of work it out amongst themselves. And so, but yeah, it is a little bit. It's nice to see Naoto win, but it's also bittersweet to see Ronald lose or not win it. So, but it's racing. So what can you do?
Congratulations, Robert, and everyone at Team Yokomo.
Thank you.
Robert Ito, the Yokomo team manager, absolutely a very happy guy right now.
Thanks, Aaron. Getting a chance to talk to Yokomo team manager Robert Ito and get his thoughts on an objective finally obtained after 14 years of trying. They won last in 2000 with Atsushi Hara. And then Tamiya went on their run of 3 world championships in a row with Mark Reinhard. Yokomo's so dominant this week. Every time we talk to drivers who are not on the team, they'd say, yeah, my car's good, but it's not as fast as those Yokomos, man. So they convert on their promise shown in practice and qualifying. LiveRC.com's coverage continues here at the World Championships. We're nearing the end of the program, but we're not done yet. You'll get a chance for more Live RC coverage from the IIC at the Riviera in Las Vegas coming up next weekend. It's going to be the Scotty and Charlie show. We're getting set to go with another J Concepts Pit Report with Aaron Waldron and Atsushi Hara. Aaron, take it away.
You got former world champion Atsushi Hara. Not quite the finish you were looking for, but still a great day for Yokomo.
Yeah, definitely this Worlds, I think it's much more
high competition than the 2 years ago, I think. And yeah, I joined the Yokomo because I still remember 14 years ago I went with the Yokomo cars. And then it's now I think Yokomo is even more stronger than 14 years ago. And then Umino worked very well. He developed the cars so great. And then all of the who people support for Yokomo, I think really strong. And then Naoto, Ronald, me, it's so many good drivers over there. So yeah, I think it's for me just they deserve to win for this world because they tried it's very hard. So I'm really happy to win for them, and then I'm happy to main. I'm still there. So yeah, I think it's still I can feel maybe I keep going to racing for a few more years. Yeah, for sure the next world back to Asia, I think so. I'm looking for the win for next world.
How exciting is it to be part of the project with this new car? Show up here, obviously, win the world's the first time out, but it's something that will trickle down to the customers.
Yeah, definitely the new cars is many small details changed, but those small detail change, I think, make a lot of difference on the track. It's just more adjustable. So it depends on the track conditions, can change more than before. So I'm sure the customer happy with the new cars, more adjustments, and I think the team can back up or feedback to the customer. So I think it's all of people just so exciting.
You ran for many different companies over the couple of decades that you've been racing. You were with Yokomo for a long time, away from Yokomo, and now you're back. What's the team environment like? All the mechanics and drivers working together?
Yeah, I think it's yeah, for my situation it's just it's a little bit different than other drivers, especially for now, because I'm mainly the concentrator for the A-scale buggy. But I think it's the teamwork is so extremely important. The mechanic, especially mechanic combination with the driver. Like Ronald have Umino and Naoto have Robert, and I have a Miura. This thing is for sure, definitely, it's really important for now.
Congratulations to all the Yokomo drivers, and great job again this week.
Thank you very much.
That's Tsuchihara, a former world champion here, and probably Yokomo's good luck charm.
Thanks, Aaron. Talking to double world champion at Tsuchihara. He's won titles in sedan and 8-scale off-road. Always a good interview, fun to talk to him. Massively talented driver. Just came back from Italy a couple weeks ago racing the IFMAR World Championships over there in 8-scale nitro. Having to readjust himself quickly to sedans. Our coverage continues. We've gotten support from Team Associated, Superior Hobbies, HB, HPI Racing, CRC, Reedy, and Lifetime for this event. I've been coming to you from the VBC Racing Broadcast Center. Tamiya has provided the instant replays, and VRC Pro has provided the track cams for the event. More J Concepts pit reports coming. Aaron Waldron's got his next guy to talk to. We'll be set to go momentarily. Don't forget the IIC is coming up next weekend from Vegas. It'll be on Live RC. The Scotty and Charlie show will be in full effect. And we are set to go with the J Concepts pit report. Take it away, Aaron.
The 2014 European champion, Alexander Hagberg. X-Ray had a bit of a slow start to the week. Bruno Kello came flying out of nowhere, and even you ended up with a top 5 finish. Did the car just continue to improve throughout the week?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're very pleased with 2 cars in the top 5. We worked together very closely as a team, and I think it helped get this result.
Were the track conditions just that tough to figure out, or was the team kind of starting with something that maybe didn't work in the heat?
Both me and Bruno started with our base setup from the testing sessions here, which seemed to work pretty well right away. We then made a few adjustments along the way, which improved the car further.
You had a pretty solid week, in the running up front in 12 scale, in top 5 here in touring car. Are you bummed a little bit that you weren't closer to the World Championship?
I mean, I was close in 12 scale, and obviously I'm disappointed with that result, but still 2 A-main finals in 1 week, it's pretty decent, so that's fine.
What's next for you this season? Anything?
I will have to do the Nitro Worlds in Bangkok in November.
Oh, we'll see you there.
Okay, see you there.
Team X-Ray's Alexander Hagberg, European champion, walking away with a top 5 finish here, his second of the week.
Thanks, Aaron. Getting a chance to talk to Alexander Hagberg. And Alexander missed the opportunity to say, "Not if I see you first," to Aaron at the end of that interview. We got one more J Concepts pit report coming up here shortly with Aaron Waldron. He's tracking down his guy right now. Nearing the end of the coverage here from Kissimmee, Florida. Aaron Waldron getting a chance to talk to some of these guys after the event has come to an end. Thanks to everyone who has joined us for this coverage. We were taking a look at the stats as the day went on. And right now we're seeing 2,048 users online. So hello to all of you. Getting one more J Concepts pit report queued up here. Aaron Waldron's been busy. If you got here late, Naoto Matsukura seals the deal and wins the ISTC World Championship for Yokomo. There were many twists and turns to the storyline as the week went on. Yokomo and Tamiya dominated in time practice, and X-Ray started finding their legs at the end of practice and going into qualifying. Bruno Coelho from Portugal splashing onto the international scene as he makes his name known in touring car racing, and he is another one like Atsushi Hara who had to retrain his brain after racing at the IFMAR 8 scale off-road world championships in Italy 2 weeks ago. You have to say he did a fantastic job readjusting to the different challenges of racing sedans. Aaron Waldron getting set with another J Concepts pit report. This is going to be a multi-person interview this time. I'm going to mix it up for you. I get a chance to talk to Team Tamiya. So Aaron Waldron is busy herding cats right now. And we are set to go. Aaron Waldron, take it away.
Tamiya had an incredible week with their brand new TRF 419 touring car. Not getting the world championship, but still putting 4 cars in the final. And Mark, you are a 3-time world champion, but finished 4th here in this race. It was kind of a tough week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we tried all we can, and in the end it didn't work out. I still had the chance in the last main to take the title, but I think already in the first lap when I hit the board and the servo got a small crack, I was already out. But I don't know if I had the pace to win anyway. So I think the auto was well deserved. And yeah, big up to Bruno. He did a great job too.
Naoto did tell you he was going to win.
Yeah, he did after the 12th scale. I mean, it was just like a funny thing, but I knew he was going to be one of the top guys to take the title, and yeah, I'm happy for him.
You guys tested it here a lot over the last couple of months. Was there stuff that you learned a couple of months ago that didn't really end up working out when you got here?
I think because the layout was so different, like way open. So the setup we had was not perfect, so we had to change a lot. But I think the car was not too bad. We just had a little bit, just like, let's say, a tenth off a lap. But yeah, in the end it was too slow.
Still hard to head back to Germany, though, with your head down. Walking away with the 12 scale world championship and a top 5 in touring cars, not bad.
Yeah, to win the 12 scale and be fourth the touring car, I think it's not a bad thing. But for sure we wanted to have the title again, because we're world champion for 6 years now. But yeah, at one point, we cannot win, so it's okay for us.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Mark Reiner. And then we've got the defending champion, Yillis Grosskamp, made the top 10. Perhaps not quite the finish you were looking for, but still nice to get the new car in the main.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I came here to, I mean, I was the world champion a year ago, but now, for myself, I didn't have the pace here. I was still could put it in the main. Actually, I'm very happy to get 6th overall, and yeah, I mean, we worked really hard. We came here 3 times for testing, and I think it was not enough. The track, the layout. Was different, a bit more open. There's a lot more guys running than in practice, so just the conditions were so different. But anyway, 4 cars in the main, and I think we showed again that we are the team to beat, and we're gonna try again.
You've been racing for a long time. You already got your world championship. Backed it up with another solid A-main finish. How much longer do you have left?
I don't know. I'm now 34, so I hope I have a few more years.
Interesting commentary on the RC world that 34 is old, right?
Not really, but I think, I mean, I still feel young, and I think my eye is still okay, and my driving is still okay. But you see the young guys like Bruno and Auto, they are 21, and I'm a father. I got 2 kids. I have a family. It is different, but I just try to be there just a couple of more years and just enjoy it.
You did an excellent job here. Congratulations on another solid A-main finish.
Thank you very much.
Another one of the drivers here for Team Tamiya, Victor Wilk. Victor. Victor, another one of the Tamiya drivers making the final. A little bit slow, perhaps, in the beginning of the week. I know a couple of times I walked by your pit area. You didn't exactly look too awful happy, but you got to be happy with the A-main finish.
Yeah, we struggled a lot in the beginning, but then we catch up step by step, and we made some solid runs to make the final. I was starting 5th and just got involved in too many incidents in the final to make a better result.
The track was very fast, and pretty much everyone said it was difficult to pass. Do you think that that's why there were several different accidents throughout the A-mains?
I think the track was quite difficult, but also we have very low traction today, and many people, they get offline and make a mistake, and then the others catch up, and I think that's why we see so many incidents today.
What's next for you in 2014?
I think start of the next DTS season in December. Maybe I go to Japan for our Tamiya fair just to support, but that's it.
Congratulations on the end of a great season.
Thank you.
That was Victor Wilk, and we have Akio Sobue. Do you have anything you want to say to your Japanese fans at home?
Yeah, only Japanese. Yeah.
Well, say something in Japanese to the fans at home.
Yeah, I have.
Sure. I just wanted to give him an opportunity to say anything to his Japanese fans at home. Okay, we gotta get going with the trophy presentation here anyway. Akio, congratulations on making the A-main. Very well done. We're gonna throw it back to Marshall in the BBC Racing studio.
Thanks, Aaron. There's an example of a language barrier when an interpreter is not immediately available. We're getting set to go to the trophy presentation here at the IFMAR World Championships. Naoto Matsukura victorious in some huge battles as he had to fight hard to get his world title. 3-time 12-scale world champion and now ISTC world champion as well.
All right, finishing in the number 2 position, it's Bruno Cuello. And finally, your overall winner, Naoto Matsukura. Robbie Michaels from Superior Hobbies. Robbie Michaels, please come to timing and scoring. Robbie Michaels to timing and scoring, please. Careful, Naoto. The balls are loose. Robbie Michaels to timing and scoring. Robbie Michaels to timing and scoring, please. Top 10 drivers you could gather around. Looking for everybody. Atsushihara, Akio Sube, Mien Vezrak, Victor Wilk, Yillies Grosskamp, Alexander Hagberg, Mark Reinhardt. If you guys could gather around, we'll do a top 10. Yes, of course. You have fun? Yeah. Top 10. Jessica, maybe like you two surround Naoto and everybody else is fan out. We're going to put top 10 all here, so if you guys want to stick near the middle.
What an incredible finish to today's ISTC IFMAR World Championships from Full Throttle Raceway in Kissimmee, Florida. We saw all week long that the Yokomo team drivers were simply the class of the field, and it came down to A-Main number 3 in a battle between Yokomo teammates.
It did, although there was some chance for Bruno Coelho in the X-Ray to break up the party, and in the end, Yokomo did prevail. They've won their first World Championship in touring car in 14 years. Been trying to get back to the podium, and they have done so.
Excellent recovery for the Team X-Ray. 2 years ago, didn't have a single car in the field. This year, they had 2, and both of them ending up in the top 5. So a solid recovery from them. And also Tamiya, the Tamiya Racing Factory, brand new 419 car. They have been more successful at the IFMAR Worlds in touring car than any other team, and they had more drivers in the A-Main this year than anyone else.
They did, and almost there, but not quite. But we're certain that they will be back at it 2 years from now as we move on to the next World Championships. This World Championships is done for Brandon Rohde, Eric Jensen, Bob Kendall, Tony Rivas, Corey Kroll, and Aaron Waldron. I'm Marshall Starry. Thank you for watching us, and we'll see you next time at the next race.